I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm texting Tim Hutchings. Hold on, give me a second. The review is glowing. Okay. Somebody linked a review of 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, and I wanted to text him and see if he likes listening / watching them. It was a very smooth jazz opening, wasn't it? It was very smooth, very jazzy. All right. Hello. I just burped. I'm so sorry. I don't know who this Alex person is. They don't have a Twitter, which good on them. And it looks like they're also into Warhammer. She seems very cool. She also just reviewed 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, great game. That Northern Sales linked, so I texted him to see if he'd be interested in watching it. Oh, thank you for the 40K stream streak. Wow. Hi, Kyrie. Hi, Alex. Hi, Gal. Let me say hi to everybody else. Hold on. I'm going to do it. I'm going to say hi. Where is it? Where do they start? They start here. Hi, Dillo and Wanted and Taz and Lamdeck and Sleepy and Ash and Shap and English and Zopo and Dan and Methos and Jolt and Northern Sales and Truge and Madeir and Zarfax and Rainer and AK. Thank you for the 70 stream streak, Jolt. Thank you for this 45 stream streak, AK. Yeah, you're the future of the funny space war game. Hi, local. Yeah. Please tell you of Eisenhorn? I don't know, he's kind of... Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Mystic. I'm doing good. I hope everybody else is doing good. Oh, yes, I did notice you changed your username again. Are you guys ready for a can crack? We're gonna do it early today. Normally, I wait until we have, more people here, but I'd also really like to drink my my cherry Diet Coke.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, thank you. Can I get some sats in chat for the can crack? Sats in chat for the can crack. Sats in chat for the can crack. You guys look so polite. It's so nice. I did steal this directly from Basil Wolf, so he always says everybody looks so polite when they see it, and they do. Everyone looks so polite. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. Are we ready? Bum, ba, 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 ba. Ooh! I love regular Diet Coke. I was watching my clips. Dude, I sniffle a lot. Do you guys notice how much I sniffle? I'm like queen of the sniffling. I do be sniffling all the time. I go like that a lot. And like I can't, it's not like I need to blow my nose. If I blew my nose, it wouldn't help. I don't know. I just noticed that I do be sniffling. I feel you sniffle more on this model. What does that mean? Wait, why would the model affect how much I sniffle? Oh. I also noticed how much I do the inhale. Ah. It's a little charming in a gross, whimsical, cute way. Fuck. What does that mean? Vibes? I guess you're right. It is funnier to sniffle on this model. It's related directly to your immediate state of gremlin. That's probably true. I thought it adds to your sick child that doesn't respect personal space that asks if you have games on your phone. I'm a 30-year-old woman! Oh my god, you guys are crazy. I don't know. Okay, that was a big sniff. That was a meaningful sniff. The nose mouth? Yeah. I don't know. Hi, Nia. Do I have games on my phone? I do. I have Warhammer 40K Tacticus. What is that called? I played it for like 5 minutes and I was like, okay. I didn't have any feelings about it. I got Pokemon Go. I got Luck Be a Landlord, and I got Balatro. But I'm probably gonna get rid of Pokemon Go because I found out that they're just using it for AI something or another. I don't really know. It's not. I don't think it's an allergy thing. I think I'm just a sniffly person. I think it's a weird tick I have. You gotta have Balatro on your phone just in case, yeah. I don't know what we're just in casing, but man, burping a lot today. I played Cyberpunk earlier. I'm sure this comes as a great surprise to you. I didn't go to the gym today because I slept 10 hours last night. I went to bed at 8 p.m. I was laying down to watch, like, my LCS game of the night. I was actually on to my second LCS game of the night. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna lay down and just, like, hang out. And then I was like, I kind of need to rest my eyes. And then I started getting sleepy. And I moved my little laptop to my bedside table so I could watch it while I laid my head down. And then I was like, oh no, I'm not gonna last. But it was like 8 p.m. I was like, it's not time to go to sleep yet, May. Get it together, babes. But apparently it was time to go to sleep, so I went to sleep and I slept for 10 hours. Slept until 6:30ish, my normal time to wake up. And then I did not go to the gym. What is today? Today, Friday? Oh shit, I didn't take my meds. Wait, I think I took my meds, but I think I'm a day off. If you haven't taken your meds today, check out get your meds. Bye, Mystic. Also, we are doing Warhammer Reacts today. Not only Warhammer Reacts, we're doing the Necromunda one for sure. And then I was supposed to get stuff together for us to watch. And I think I may have put some stuff in there for non-Warhammer Reacts. I don't really know. But Bricky's looking real adorable today. He's doing his room reviews part 2. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Oh, I don't think it's about the game. I don't know what it's about though. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. He's cute man. Cute man. Aw, thanks. He's probably just being like, man, you guys got stinky gooner caves. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Wow, you play CSGO in here? Ha. I bet you play League of Legends. I can see your cum sock from here. Like, I don't know. He called you a gooner and you cried? I mean, I feel... I hate to say I feel like I understand the bit so well. I don't know. Boo, 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 boo. I gotta find my playlist. He was not happy you had a Bripple's body pillow. Why would he be not happy? You supported him as a creator. Don't play that. Remove from playlist. We already watched that. Okay, we already watched that. What's that freaking trailers you guys keep you want me to keep watching? There's some kind of trailers you guys are like, May needs to see these trailers. I think it has something to do with the Primarchs. I'm the image of Lenny from The Simpsons saying, don't tell people this is how I live. There is only one thing in my room right now that I would not want a picture taken of. Other than that, I would be totally fine. It's not a video game. Somebody commented today, I'm begging you to watch Hell's Reach, and I think this is the second time they've commented it. The first time I commented, hey, I'm waiting to read the book, and then the second time I commented, hey, I'm waiting to read the book, and if they comment it again, they're getting hidden. I don't play with people like that. It's not a video game. The Horus Heresy ones? Maybe. Somebody keeps saying I need to watch Primarch videos. I don't know. They might not be here. I am gonna ping our Warhammer people and let them know I'm watching Warhammer stuff today, though. Warhammer, I'm doing Warhammer Reacts today is a heads up. I don't know. The thing is, like, if people want me to watch shit and they're not here on our React day, like, what's up with Eisenhorn? Well, he's kind of, you know, he's kind of, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? What is the quote-unquote new return to Armageddon? Oh no, she's Eisenhorny. Is Eisenhorn auntie? Yeah, he kind of is. Watch the Rememberacer video on the Primarchs. Okay. Just a reminder, don't say it like that. I'm gonna look it up. I don't know what to look up. What do you mean Remembrancer? Okay, so there's a guy called the Remembrancer who has a video called The Primarchs. The problem is, I don't know how many spoilers that's gonna have. That could have so many big spoilers for me. Exactly. I'm sure it's a work of art, but it's gonna be. It's also 5 hours and 40 minutes long. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't. I need to know what went through your head when recommending that. I need to know what went through your head when you recommended that. I hadn't. That's pretty short for the Primarchs. I mean, it does seem pretty short for, like, all bajillion of them. All 21 of them. Wink. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I just, like... You're quiet. Hi, Kane. Hi, Ipor. I'm not asking for video recommendations. I'm not asking for video recommendations. I'm going to say it. I'm not asking for video recommendations. Somebody told me I have to watch some kind of video about the Primarchs. It's some kind of trailer, and I'm trying to remember what it is. Okay, I think it's this one. Do I actually want to watch it? I don't know. I didn't even know what it was. I don't even know what it is. I'm trying to find out what it is so I can make a decision. Yeah. Oh, your Red Corsairs. That's exciting. Okay, I think it's the Horus Heresy cinematic trailer. I gotta go put us in Warhammer. I'm pretty sure, listen, if they tell me who did the Horus Heresy, I'm gonna be so mad, dude. If they spoil whoever did the heresy, I'm gonna be so mad. I don't want to know who did the heresy yet. That's so far from where I am right now, you know? You bet it was Sanguinius? Oh, no speculating, dude. Wow. You guys really are trying to ruin my experience of Warhammer 40k and the Horus Heresy. Horus did the heresy? My Horus Heresy reading experience is ruined, as is my day! Ferris Manus, the inventor of the Ferris wheel? You guys are typoing so bad today. Are you all on mobile? What's going on? Oh, I feel like Ferris Manus would make a Ferris wheel though. He seems like the type of guy. That makes sense. Listen, typing on the iPhone is so hard. I'm not shaming you guys. I mistype on my iPhone all the time. Okay, we're gonna watch this one. This is the Horus Heresy cinematic trailer. It better not spoil anything about who did the heresy, okay? Gosh, so hard to avoid spoilers.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my legions.
Why is it aspect ratio? So what is going on here? Why is it so short? Something's wrong with my player. It's so short. Okay.
Together we banished the ignorance of old night. But you betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will.
That's not how I imagined his voice, honestly.
So let it be war.
I don't care what the Imperium says. I'm not paying taxes.
Shit, I forgot to turn TPS off.
From the skies
But also
of
base.
terror to the galactic rim.
His voice is a little Horus here.
Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once more.
Brothers fighting brothers.
And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
Dude, he talks about his dad so much. He's like so obsessed with his dad, dude. It's crazy how obsessed he is with his dad. Oh my god. I don't know, his voice is just like...
So let it be war.
I thought it'd be deeper. You know? Deeper and raspier, but it's like high. It's not that it's high, but it's like it's missing an undertone and like something, you know. He was his favorite, you know? That can't be true. Fulgrim was his favorite because he named his legion the Emperor's Children. That has to be true. But I also heard, now this is just a rumor that I heard, that Sanguinius was his favorite because he that's why he made Sanguinius the prettiest. I also heard another rumor. Now this could be hearsay. That maybe Horus was his favorite, yeah. I think it's a great tone because his voice is supposed to be charismatic, right? And then Chaos messed up his vocal cords. Now, Arch Lupercal, I would like to ask, do you perhaps have some bias in saying that it's really good? I'd just like to run that by you as like a possibility that you might have a little bit of bias in saying that it's a really good voice. Can I just like run that by you as a possibility? He was supposed to be the best of them. Listen, I don't know. I guess I'd want to hear what's this one? The new edition official cinematic trailer.
That's true. They painted this. An oddity among his schematics and calculations. Yet, this seemed to help him. A way he could express the enormity of his plan. Not if the legions are successful. It depends on how deep the rot goes.
Wait, we learned about this painting in Fulgrim. We learned about it in Fulgrim. Because Fulgrim talks about it and oh, my memory is failing me. Well, they have their own hand signals. Yeah. Well, he talked specifically about the one. Yeah. Okay, you know the one that I mean. Okay. Anyway, I just remember I was like, oh, that seems very familiar from Fulgrim, the book. The one in Horus's flagship where Horus and Fulgrim gripe about how it shows the Emperor, not them. Yeah! Oh no. It's brothers fighting brothers. Whom they had fought alongside before. Can you believe it? Those are salamanders. Right? Oh, this is Dropsite Massacre. Ah, okay. I know this one. I just read about it.
The attack failed.
How many?
Half of the legions now stand with Horus.
You're
Wait,
surprised?
is this Malkador? Is this what Malkador looks like? I thought he would be way more hunched over, if I was being honest with you. I thought he was gonna be real shriveled. I thought he was gonna be like, anyway.
In the end, I suppose not. Do you wonder if they might be right? Many will sympathize with their rebellion.
I am the Emperor's spear. What I think doesn't matter.
Okay, I hate to ask this
What
question.
now, then?
Who the fuck is that guy? That's Valdor, okay? I was like, who the fuck is that guy? I have never met him before. Okay, Garro's gotten to meet that guy. Well, not Valdor, but he's gotten to meet Malkador. Leader of the Custodes, okay. I like how you got pre-fired answered. Well, people knew that I was about to be like, hold on. Okay. He's the most special custodian. Oh, okay. Yeah, got it.
We make ready for a war that may never end.
He's getting a lot of airtime for a guy that still hasn't shown up in 5 books of the heresy. You know? Do you get me? He's talking a lot for a guy who hasn't shown up in the heresy yet. So he's also possibly still around. They say that about everybody, you know. They're like, they might show up. The books are not a Bible. Then why does it have a canon? Muse, you are saying that, like, I don't know that. I do know they're not a Bible, but they're the only information I have to go off of. They're all I have, okay? They're all I have. Chat might not? Do you think they're gonna listen to you if they think that? I don't. If somebody thinks that the books are biblically sound, they're not gonna bend to you. Nah, the not canon thing is coped by fans that want their headcanon to be real. What if my headcanon is that me and Eisenhorn kiss? What about that? Have you ever thought about that one? You ever thought about that one? What if my headcanon is that Loken scoops me up and carries me? I don't really want to kiss Loken, but I do want him to scoop me up and carry me. Bad girl. No, no. Eisenhorn probably tastes like ash and smoke. Okay. I'll live with it. Biblically sound isn't a high standard with how many contradictions are in that book. I mean, like, you're not wrong, okay? As a biblical scholar myself, I do understand. Loken, pick up Mae? Please. I just want to be carried in a big man's arms. The Mae is a demon allegations are increasing? What do you mean? Just because I want to stick my tongue into Eisenhorn and infect him with my love for Slaanesh doesn't mean that I am an agent of chaos or that wait, hold on. Not beating the into old competent men allegations? Where did those come from? When have I been a kill? When has that been alleged about me? Name 2 other old competent men that I've been into, okay? You're a dreadnought lover? Not in that way. They're wholesome to me. Abelard? I don't feel that way about Abelard. Abelard's like an uncle, you know? Vic? Okay. Name 1 other and I'll let the allegation stand. You know? if you can name one other person than Vic, okay? That's a real strong response for an accusation that is quote unquote definitely not true. Okay, just because I'm into Eisenhorn and Victor from Cyberpunk 2077, Johnny, he's like 80? What? I don't like him because he's an old competent man. I like Johnny for a number of reasons. You know, you say it every stream. You're constantly on about old competent men. What? What is this accusation being leveled against me? How old is Lucius and Fulgrim again? I'm not into either of them. Still old / competent? Okay, fine. You won't stop talking about old competent men. I'm at an age where, like, if all their parts are still working, I don't really give a shit. Better than being into old, incompetent men? That's so true. That's so true. We would need clips for this. On blast right now? The mods would never lie. My mods leveled the worst accusations against me. We're literally on the topic right now, since you can't stop talking about it. The guy at the gym has to be like my age. He has to be like 30, 35 maybe. He's not old. And you guys brought up the throwing cotton candy. I can't believe you. We're gonna watch this Return to Armageddon.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust, all in
Industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty, to hold the line.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had here. I cannot ask you
What
to
is
die
that?
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago.
Oh,
Flee. All of you.
Flee.
to where?
Situation transports.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life. There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon!
Make ready.
Who the fuck is this guy? Yarick? His death was greatly exaggerated. The old man of Armageddon returns? That's crazy. That's crazy. Guard and orc players punching air right now. May, you are thirsting over Eisenhorn. Are the rumors true? Possum. I don't think Yorick is hot. He's too old of a man. Oh. Anyway. Yes. Maybe I'm thirsting over Eisenhorn just a little bit, okay? But we've already seen there is very little that stops me from thirsting over a man unless he's, like, actually a really awful person. And even then,
Another
kind of depends
competent
on...
older man to thirst over Gremlin 100, Kekwa.
No! He's too old. I don't care how competent he is. He looks really old. Chat, Pat's Yorick. May this old man give it so much competence. Listen! You guys don't understand! I don't care how competent he is! I kind of like him a little dumb. Oh my god, we talked about this. I like my men a little dumb. He's too old, but his parts still work. I don't care! He's a little too grizzled, okay? Oh, we understand. We just wish we didn't. Why is this equipable into gilfs, chat? Okay, listen! She wants a competent himbo. I do! Is it too much to ask for a competent himbo? Thank you for the 45 stream streak, Captain. You look that man in the eye and tell me he doesn't fuck. Oh. I know, everyone says Kane, but I haven't gotten there. May, I'm going to look for a water bottle company to sponsor your streams, considering how fucking thirsty you are for these old men. Slash time out. Straub underscore possum 100 million years. You won't see this stream until Horus himself commits his heresy. Ooh.
Hush, my sweet little streamer.
Oh no, why do bad things happen to good people like me? Why does this keep happening? I'm a great person. Oh. Possum, I want you to go think about what you said. I'm gonna drink some of my Diet Cherry Coke, because I'm a little thirsty, yeah. Haryi, you didn't hear my rant about this earlier, but there's someone in my YouTube comments who is begging me, literally, to go watch Hell's Reach. I miss Possum. Sometimes I still hear his voice. Shut up, Possum. I am not going to watch Hell's Reach until I read the book, so it may be a ways off. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to enjoy this. You're going to have to enjoy me enjoying this hobby at the pace that I would like to. If people have an issue with that, go watch somebody else who wants to absolutely raw dog the entirety of 40K. There are people doing that. More power to them. I'm not. So, we can tell you're thirsty. Jesus. I'm a great person. You murdered a person in cold blood for speaking the truth, May. Oh my god. Possum is free, okay? It's been 10 seconds. Stop acting like I threw Possum into the gulag for 1,000,000 years, okay? I know I have a body. It yearns. Give me a break. Give me a break. Oh, stop! Don't start a hashtag free the possum. Every time someone in chat types hashtag free the possum, I'm gonna add 10 seconds to the timeout timer. Okay. All right. That's 60 seconds already. Sorry, Possum. We're up to 90. You guys are sentencing Possum to the to the darkness. Wow, I miss Possum already, honestly. Possum was a good one. Yeah, he's a good one. Okay, what? This is a 4K version? Have they released anything new other than this? Oh, you first time chatted hashtag freedom. Oh. Possum shot in the street. Possum left because I timed him out. I'm sure of this. Possum said, I can't deal with May anymore. I'm gonna go hang out with my cool best friend, my cool, handsome, hot best friend, Bricky. You know, like, that's exactly what happened. So, Possum launched via catapult? No. Oh my god. You guys are so silly. Wait, Titus returned? What do you mean Titus returned? When did Titus come back? When did he leave? When did wait, bring that back. What is this? Ah! Strom's back, oh no!
Born demands the impossible.
Oh yeah! The Adepticon reveal. Holy shit, we've gotten like 5 Zephyr orders recently. Now you've done it? Oh no.
Us to reconquer the 500 worlds of Ultramar.
Can't keep a good possum down, so true.
In the 10,000 years between his death and rebirth, how many worlds have been scoured by the archenemy? Devoured by the
Titus is an old.
God
God dang it! I don't.
on the altar
I'm not really
of
into Space
Terminus.
Marines.
He is a demigod out of time.
They're like 9 feet
Fighting
tall.
for a golden age that can never dawn again.
Actually,
Welcome home. Right.
okay, I'm kind of into that Space Marine. That is a chin.
Master of the Watch.
Wait, that's
Captain
Titus?
Of the Second Company. Warden of Ultramar.
The allegations remain intact? No!
Demands the impossible. But only in death does duty end.
Possum sent me a DM. Possum, are you Possum, I'm gonna send you a picture of the shirt I'm wearing right now. This is so hard to take a photo of myself. Okay. Unironically, I'm wearing this shirt right now. I'm so sorry, I missed the last part of that trailer. It was just Titus looking grizzled and old, right? Wait, did he get a new model? I just started painting his other model. Oh, this model looks really good. Dang. I'm gonna have to get his new model. Oh, this is his, like, him and some friends. Ah, I've seen that model set before. Have we watched the Total War Warhammer 40K announcement trailer? I feel like we have, but I don't know. In
the grim darkness of the far future, every soul's survival hangs by a thread.
I know they're like cinematic trailers, but it's crazy to me how different the game is from
Mankind
the
is
trailers.
beset by endless tides of aliens, traitors, and demons.
Are we gonna get to Deep Strike in this game? Oh, that was great.
Across countless worlds, battles rage.
Will I be able to deep strike my Land Raider? I don't know. That seems like a really good tactical move. There's an orc cinematic? Like from the orc's perspective? Do you think it's like in the POV of a single orc
Lead
and
your armies.
you go to a certain point and then an Astartes like shoots his head off and it ends? Oh, Dawn of War.
Fight on as the galaxy burns.
This really makes me want to play Space Marine.
For there is no peace amongst the stars. There is
I know that's like a very different game, but
war.
you want to deep strike your dreadnoughts? You can. There's a drop pod specifically for dreadnoughts, I believe.
Peggy 18.
The galaxy
Who's Peggy?
lies shattered. The Blood Ravens stand alone. We fight.
There was more? Wait, what did I miss? Were we here? We were here. I'm sorry. It seemed like it was the end. I apologize. Whoa, that was pretty sick. All right, I see what you did there. Okay, so very similar to the other ones, but also including ships from above and multiple planets. Okay, very cool. Okay, this is actually something that I wanted to talk about in relation to the books. I feel like the Horus Heresy feels less like sci-fi and more like fantasy than 40K does. Because reading Eisenhorn, I'm like, oh, this is science fiction, baby. Ooh, this is some good yummy sci-fi. Slurp, 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 slurp. I'm loving this. And then like 30K, I'm like, yeah, there's some sci-fi in this. Yeah, it's got some sci-fi elements. But like people have told me in the comments many times it's based on Arthurian legend. And so I think it does have a little bit more of a fantasy feel. It's not the aliens, it's the prevalence of tech and how they talk about it. And it's really interesting, and I think it largely has to do with how Dan Abnett approaches writing Eisenhorn. But also, I don't know, because like the other 40K story that I've read, The Ancient Awaits, which kind of sucked, that one felt less sci-fi and more like someone's shit post. That time shift in his interview. I'll watch that one day. I promise. I have a lot to do. I apologize. But I just like I just didn't like The Ancient Awaits. I know people enjoyed it, but literally Fulgrim showing up was the goofiest shit that's ever happened. And you can't convince me of anything else. So true. Did Possum the drip? Oh God, Possum, that's such a good shirt. Did you know this shirt is actually, my brother gave me that shirt. You're most of the way through Galaxy Burns. It's a lot of back and forth between sci-fi, science fiction and science fantasy. Yeah. Yeah. Can I watch the musical version here on YouTube? Ancient Awaits musical. Would I be allowed to stream it? It seems like it's... Is it this one? The string storm one? Okay. I might... Hopefully I don't get copyright struck. Korean? Why is it in Korean? Oh, there's no English. A desync between what and what?
Amidst the desolate soil, we heard the repeating cries of a fragment of metal. So true to Magnus's orders, I take my company's reins onto the surface we settle. And as we branch out and explore the wreckage, we uncover our terminal's long-lost message, a visage of the past and of beautiful cities. So what has occurred here? What are we missing? There is something wrong here, there is something hidden. With every second growing closer, I feel it near me. My mind shudders while as my heart race. A psychic scream like a crushing weight, resounding in every corner of the world. The ancient awaits. Wrapped in grief and beset by pain, it bides its time, all it does is wait. We shoulder the hardship now and we endure, and to its source we'll trace. The sight before my eyes is stark, a dreadnought here bearing the Emperor's children's mark. Unexpectedly it interjects its pointed thought, so wake once more. Energy arcs across its works now, demanding to know, are we standing here gathered as friend or foe? Its shattered form yet still poses a threat to us all. It shall not be deceived, not ignored. I speak in half truths and not invite alarm. I see through your words and I am not disarmed. We had learned from him to hold the truth with every breath. The wrong word here may mean death. Even your words may be twisted and turned into weapons. There is danger here with every phrase. Now it beckons. I know the name of he who has me in his sights. I am he who remembers the ancient uprights. All at once the pieces come together in my mind. This faceless is clan free, and we are here upon its corpse on the grave that was left behind. Would you convince yourself I am a remnant seeking saving? This is not a cry for help. This is a low I lead to invite something in need of staying.
Was this trap set for me, old one of mine?
I'm sorry, Fulgrim showing up no matter what is so goofy.
Disgrace, even.
At last, Fulgrim, you have come to me, abomination.
Words uttered by a shattered pile of metal rust and stagnation. You've had millennia to think of what to tell me. You've my attention.
I need not glory nor for words to speak when I have held a virus bomb. Hold the base to silence time. I channel him over the strength I have. His power desperately relying on mine. And from my peripheral side, I can no longer see the frail shadow.
Pocket virus bomb!
But rather a righteous being of defiance, who is not without the will to fight. Watch the dreadnought lash out in wrath. His blow is deflected away from their path. Despite the years he has endured, it's clear that he will live and he will die by the sword. Fulgrim then returned to strike, his sword slitting through bravado and machine alike. His face a mix of content and glee, the eyes of one who can feed our misery. You can never be forgiven for the things that you've done, and so it falls to my hands to end the prodigal son. You cannot imagine the beautiful bounty of chaos, those things I never even wish to know. There is still your potential.
potential that shines through. Imagine the unfulfilled glories we see too. That you still think I see kindling glory betrays the true blindness that has overcome you. I recall the virtues I stood for. I recall the struggles and the things that we have done. I will not be deterred from my vengeance. I remember the lessons passed on to the sons. I am one of the Emperor's children. I am Rhino and I am the agent of right. So I reject you from now on for always. Strike you down, I waited for a million nights. Inspired by the things I've heard, I raise my voice and shout clearly and out of turn. I know deserves better than you, oh Primarch. Rhino deserves better than all of us. Hit by a single shot, the raptor is relieved of duty and released of his task. I feel the virus rend me apart with my honor intact as I'm enveloped by the encroaching flash. Although this body of mine's still intact, a part of my pride I feel will never come back.
Okay, we're in ads. I'm sorry if people missed part of that. I'm gonna go to the restroom and then I'll give my thoughts on it. So I'll be right back and then we'll talk about it. Thank you for the 85 stream streak, Jaybird. Okay, I'm back. Azure, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so you guys are back from ads. You didn't miss much in terms of my reaction if you had, if you were in ads. I apologize for that. This song was great. I think that songs like this are really cool and interesting. I still think that this is one of the goofiest stories that's ever been written, and it loses all of its intensity and punch due to how it's written, and it's just like, there are parts of it where I feel the thing I know I'm supposed to feel from it, like when Rylanor is remembering that he is the Ancient of Rights, but I can't take the Thousand Suns seriously in this. There is a line in which I read to you guys about one of them saying, like, this place used to be dust, and one of them goes, weren't we all? I think this could have been such a crazy, impactful story, and it just wasn't, and it stinks, you know? Hi, welcome in! It makes me sad because I'm like, I know that this could have been so much cooler and better. I think it would have been 10 times more impactful if the Thousand Suns had gone there, or if like some chaos dudes had gone there because they heard that he was still alive and he unleashed the virus bomb on a bunch of them. But since they're afraid of, like, oh yeah, Fulgrim gets his pride hurt. Like, that's not enough for me. There needs to be some sort of tangible loss for, like, Rylanor's, I guess, like, spite and waiting to mean something. I really liked this, but it was not as dramatic as it should have been. The song is not really my sort of song either, but I don't know. I think it's really cool. It's a crazy piece of art. It probably took a lot of work to make. I'm not at all disparaging the quality of it. It just didn't really speak to me. Fulgrim is his pride, though, since he's already a demon at this point. Wounding his pride is genuine damage. Yeah, but, like, it just didn't have any impact on me. I think because the rest of the story, like, the setup was just so bad for it. Yeah, and McNeil wrote him as, once again, extremely cartoonish. I don't think they should have gotten Graham McNeil to write that story. I think it was just a really bad choice on their part, because he just doesn't know how to write Fulgrim without making him into a caricature of himself. Anyway, I don't know. So there, I watched it. Should I just watch the frickin' Hell's Reach animation and get it over with? I mean, at this point, I'm so tired of people asking about Hell's Reach, that I'm like, maybe I should just watch it. Stick to your guns. Okay. I'd like people to stop asking about it. It doesn't make me mad. It just makes me annoyed because I've talked about it many times. I've said many times, like, it's 2 hours long. Oh, never mind. Never watch it just to spite them? No. I don't know. I don't get why people are so obsessed with it, and I'd like to know, but I'd like to know via watching watching it after I read the book, you know? What is this one? For every life a rifle. Creed Corps. AI? I was listening to the music. I wasn't really even checking out the stuff. It's in the tags? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? They use Grok? They use Grok? Gross. Gross. I wish you could report for being an asshole. Downvote. I dislike this heavily, actually. What is Kill Horace Looper Call Episode 3? What? What is that? Why still no Dante speeches? Ah. Because I haven't read the books yet. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I'd like to read the books first. I know not many people do that. Not many people are into that. But we gotta have some patience here, buddy. It'll hit. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna figure out when the Sanguinius speech is. And then I'm gonna read up until the Sanguinius speech. And then I don't care what time of day it is, I'm going live. I'm going live when I hit the Sanguinius speech in the book, and we're gonna watch the Sanguinius speech, and then I'm gonna keep reading the rest of the book silently on stream. Yeah, it's a way away. That's totally fine. Okay. Do you guys think I don't know that? Dante is in 40K and he cooler. Barcelon, that's just like, that's your opinion, man. I hurt my side laughing. I don't know who Dante is, and quite frankly, I don't care. I haven't read about him yet. But Nico, I'm not gonna read all the books. I think at one time I thought maybe I would, but I'm not. Welcome in, Kraken. But they love it because they know what it is. That's true. Dante is a competent old man? Well, you have my attention, actually. I'm just kidding! Dante has an inferno? Dante is a hot old man? God. I don't know who this Dante... You guys can't see him. There's this... Is this the Dante?
Hey, Dante here. I know you have something you love in this world. And that there's something holding you back from pursuing your dreams. Whether it's other people or even demons.
This is him, right?
Don't let that deter you. So don't be scared. Go out there and make your dreams a reality. There are some days where you're gonna lack motivation. But whenever I have those days, I just remember how much better I am.
He doesn't look like other Space Marines, I'll be honest.
And that alone usually raises my spirits. Even though Virgil is completely
He does
wrong,
look like a competent
good
hot old
points.
man, though.
I think. Jackpot.
Also, please no, I'm not getting actually heated about any of this. I do tend to overreact for the bit on stream. I just want you guys to understand, I know this journey is going to take a long time. And if you guys can't adjust to be patient in today's era of the dopamine hitting your brain immediately, I promise you there are a minimum of 3 VTubers reacting to Warhammer content at the speed you want right now. And I don't mean to be like, don't watch me if that's what you want. But like, if that's what you want, I'm not that kind of content. I'm taking my time. I'm enjoying it. I'm reveling in the old, hot, competent men that Warhammer 40k has to offer me. Okay? So, I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying it. I'm doing it. But, you know, I think it's more, like, this is, to me, what a normal pace is, you know? Well, technically, I'm in 40k now with Eisenhorn, and oh god, I just want to keep reading Eisenhorn, but I didn't get to read any last night. You know? I didn't get to read any. Let me check and see. I have stuff in my react. Oh, we gotta watch that Necromunda video. Okay, this will be my trailer reacts one, so we'll stop here. Alright, and now we're gonna watch my first Pancreas No Work video, which, by the way, I did only recently understand that his name is a reference to the fact that he has diabetes.
In the universe of Warhammer...
Excuse me, Pancreas. Slow down there, buddy. We haven't gotten started yet. Thank you. Okay. I've not gotten to watch a Pancreas video yet. I'm very excited to give it a go-sies. This one is called Necromunda, the Hive World to End All Hive Worlds. Now, I thought that this would be appropriate to watch since we are currently playing Cyberpunk 2077. And I don't know, that this seems kind of cyberpunky to me. Appropriate. Yeah. I can already tell you Pancreas has a nice voice from like three seconds in. Okay.
40k, there's a lot of tropes and influences all jammed together to make the magical setting we all know, love, and love to complain about. There's plenty of Gothic influence, if the name of the Imperial language being either High or Low Gothic didn't clue you in. Dune. Can't forget Dune. There's a whole lot of Dune in there, from navigators to god emperors. But sometimes the inspirations for something are a whole lot more varied, as
I'm
in
gonna tell you now so the YouTube comments don't yell at you later. Pancreas always hides a joke at the end of the credits.
Thank you so much. I will probably forget that. Why is there an announcement for hashtag free the possum? When did that announcement get set? Possum's been free.
Isn't just X thing inspired Y thing. It's the creators of Y thing snorted an entire bag of nose candy.
I'm timing Possum out
ran
again.
Through a game of Cyberpunk 2020 while Dune, Mad Max, and 1984 were all running in the background, and handed the resulting mess to an editor. And that, my friends, is how we got Necromunda. This planet can charitably be described as a mess, but not in the usual way a planet is a mess in 40k like Armageddon or Vigilus. Sure, there are gene stealers here, but this isn't every Xenos faction coming to raid the Imperium. Sure, there's chaos cults aplenty, but even they aren't the focus. Nope, they're just small players in the games of the great houses of Necromunda. Because Necromunda is that most magical of places in 40k. A place that has the balls to stand up and say that even though there's a Space Marine chapter house on this planet, we do not care for the crap the fancy armor boys get up to. Strap in, find yourself a pistol that looks like it might almost work, and get ready to raid that fancy-looking Vansar cache. Because today, we're taking a look at Necromunda, where gang warfare, sci-fi action, and classy political intrigue all try to headbutt each other to death like there's no tomorrow. But if you lived on a hive city like Necromunda, you'd probably want something to drown out all the horrific noise going on. And for just such a purpose, you could do no better than Raycon and their everyday earbuds.
He hit me.
This video.
He hit me with the
Some of
ad.
the wonderful features these bad boys have. Money talks, but so does quality, and thankfully Raycon comes in swinging on both
Hashtag
fronts.
ad.
Not only are they higher quality than their competitors, they're half the cost.
I don't use Raycon.
That is a good deal if I've heard one. But if for some reason you aren't satisfied,
I
there's
use
a 30-day
off-brand
return
Raycon.
window. If you somehow aren't happy, it's easy to get your money back. Those things not enough to convince you? What if I told you they've got a 32-hour battery life? That's over a full day of listening to whatever
That's
you
pretty
want with
good.
the best earbuds around. And their ergonomic design is the stuff of legend. You
Is
just
that
fit it in your
Pancreas?
ears like so, and bing bang boom, you're ready for some quality sound wherever you're at. I've been using them a lot lately
He's got
because I've caught what's
earrings.
probably just a small cold, but what felt like the
I
Black
love
Death.
that.
They made lying under about 50 blankets a lot more bearable, and when I knocked them off my bed because I was barely conscious
does a
for a
very
good 2
good
days,
beard.
the protective case made sure they were safe and
It's just
sound. Does all that sound good to you? Well, how about I make this deal even better? Go to
Have a fun today,
buyraycon.com/pancreasnowwork
stream
to
Lord
say
Commander. I am on my way to a wedding with my wife, but just want to give more hype to the hype train gods. Keep goobering, you best goober.
Wow, had to brag that he's got a wife, didn't he? Well, thank you so much. I hope you and your wife have a great time at the wedding. Thank you for the bits.
Save big for the holidays and get up to 25% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 25% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/pancreasnowwork. And if you order by December 15th, you'll get them just in time for Christmas. You deserve the best listening experience possible, and with Raycon's everyday earbuds, you can experience
gotta let
music,
the ads play.
podcasts, and so much more like never before. Now then,
What are
time
you,
to
some
overdose
kind of
on
wife
grimdark
person?
psycho and go fistfight an ogren. Necromunda's backstory is similar to that of pre-Great Crusade civilizations like the Interrex. Happily for us, however, it doesn't have the same ultimate fate as those
I know
guys.
the Interrex.
Once upon a time, Necromunda was known as Araneus Prime, the industrious heart of a civilization known as the Araneus Continuity.
Wait, okay.
It was
I'm gonna quiz myself. The Interrex were a group of aliens. Nope. They were a group of people who they were humans. I think there were some aliens among them. They were kind of like the Diasporex. They love calling them with the X names. So there's the Interrex. That was the one that things were going okay, and Loken was kind of chit-chatting up a guy, but that was when Horus had gotten knifed by the poop knife and gone to Davin. And so after the poop knife incident, he was feeling a little goofy, a little silly. And that was when Erebus Wormtongue himself had been whispering in Horus's ear. And then Horus was like, we're gonna negotiate with these guys and it's gonna be good. Wait, no! Hold on! This is before the poop knife incident! This is when the poop knife gets stolen! Oh! Hold on! Nico, I just saw your comment, but I came to that conclusion on my own. I want chat to know that even though Nico did the thing I ask you guys not to do and not tell me the answer when I'm trying to figure stuff out, I remembered that on my own, okay? Alpharius hasn't shown up in any of the books that I've read so far, so I don't care about him. This was when the poop knife was stolen. The Interrex had all this really cool weaponry that they saved in a little temple, and it was Schrodinger's poop knife, the anatheme, and and they went to go do the negotiations, and that was when Loken was talking to a guy, and they were like, they were about to come to a conclusion, and he was going to go tell his bosses, yada, yada, yada. And then the alarm gets raised, and their Vox channels get cut off, and Loken has to kill a bunch of people, and he's really sad about it. And then Horus has to kill a bunch of people, and he's pretty sad about it. And then a bunch of Space Marines die, and they were totally about to kiss. And then Horus gets back on the ship, and he's really sad about it. And he's like, hey, mourn Aval, I'm really sad about this. And they're like, why don't you go mourn about it or something? Yeah. Alfarius is in every Warhammer book. Does he show up in the after credits scene in every Warhammer book? It was good, but it just fell short of greatness for you? Oh, for me, Ash, when Loken is talking to that guy, you can like almost taste understanding. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a moment where like the two, like a Space Marine, he's in the before credits? Interesting, interesting. He's hiding on every page. Wow. You wanted more. I guess like at the pace that book went, it was kind of good with me, but he literally is the book. That doesn't make any sense. Alfarius is a guy sitting behind whoever is writing the book with a gun to their head. They were right about to reach a philosophical understanding practically until them alarms rang. Yeah, and it was like, it was so sad. I was really sad about that. Because like it also was that moment where I was like, I was rooting for Horus at that point still. And I don't know, like I really, and also the minute it happened, I went, oh, it was Erebus. Cause I just knew that Erebus was a bad guy, but I was like, oh my gosh, Erebus just stole that. I'm Alfarius, you're right. You wanted less of the spider planet and more with the Interax? The spider planet comes up again. And again, I actually find Murder, which is the name of the spider planet, the mega arachnid planet, to be kind of important, but I also agree that there should have been a little bit less. I forgot that Murder gets brought up a bunch in the Fulgrim book because you see them leave to go there. And the interactions that happen there between the Emperor's children and everyone else do have an impact, I think, on our view of the Emperor's children and where they're going, which is kind of a disregard for other legions, whether they're chaos or not. But I also agree it should have been slightly less mega arachnids, more about the Interax. But I don't think they had anything more to say about the Interax, which is kind of sad. Because they were about to die, and I feel like maybe that was in False Gods, right? Was that in False Gods? Or was that in Horus Rising? The books have already blended together for me. I can't tell you what happens in each of them. Horus Rising, okay. Because I know that the murder boys go to Davine's moon in Galaxy in Flames. But I'm going to tell you, I don't remember what happened in False Gods. I don't remember what happened in False Gods. I wrote a whole dang review about it, and I don't remember what happened in it. Horizon? Horusi. Okay, we're going to continue on. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. Okay.
Ruled by techno-nobles and was even for the time a highly industrious world, and its rulers were ever hungry for more and more materials to supply their needs. Unlike the vast majority of human worlds during the Age of Strife, the Continuity had access to stable warp gates allowing for interstellar travel, an incredible rarity that would allow them to prosper where many others regressed. One fateful day, a squadron of ships returning from an Imperial conquest would find themselves brought instead into the realm of the Arenaeus Continuity. Before they could so much as take a moment to figure out where they had ended up, they were invaded by soldiers enhanced with advanced cybernetics, completely wiping them out. The death cries of their astropaths were heard in
You look like a piece of fuckable meat, are you?
advanced and cybernetics,
I did hear that line so
completely
many times.
wiping them out. The death cries of their astropaths were heard in Imperial space, and in response, the Imperium actually sent an envoy fleet to convince them to join up with them. It's quite nice to see that they actually tried diplomacy first, but you know how that goes. If the Imperium tries diplomacy first, the other side has to act aggressively. Otherwise, Games Workshop would display the Imperium as the brutal and unnecessary dictatorship that it truly is, and that just wouldn't do. Yes, I am feeling
Pancreas! My dude! Yes! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Although we did just talk about 2 instances in which that didn't happen, which is the Interrex and the Diasporex, but I think that that's because it's Horus Heresy, and 40k is different, so, but, you were bending over to get something in the kitchen when I did that, I'm sorry. I love that, okay.
Quite bitter today. I've had a few drinks while writing this part of the script, so y'all get some of my honest feelings. The continuity instead say they should join their space empire, to which the Imperium responded by sending a massive portion of the Imperial Fist to bring them to heel, led by one Hashin Yanad. Since the Imperial Fists are one of those more reliable chapters, this was done in relatively short order. 2 months to be precise. As their empire collapsed around them until all that was left was Irenaeus Prime, the continuity surrendered, and since they had to live to become Necromunda, the Imperium accepted their offer of surrender and allowed them into the fold. This surrender would come just in time, as something unknown began pouring out of the warp gates. What exactly it is not stated, beyond something completely horrific and not demonic. Whatever these Xenos were, the best description of them is that they were a darkness deeper than the void, of living lightning and flame-wreathed chrome. They also snuffed out the very stars of 6 different systems. Given those descriptions, I'm going to assume they were late-game cravers from Endless Space who had managed to build a couple of obliterators. They were, of course, ultimately defeated, as this was the Great Crusade, so of course they were, but at the cost of Irenaeus Prime being the only planet left somewhat standing. Part of this was good old-fashioned Space Marine butt-kicking, part of this was Mr. Yanad destroying the warp gates so the problem would just stop showing up, which was a pretty sound solution. Imperial Fist can be smart, there's more than just fortify, defend, fortify. The planet was...
Okay, I have a question. Where is... First off, what's Endless Space? Second off, where is this in the timeline? Because he's saying it's during the Great Crusade. Would this have been during the Great Crusade? I guess, like, in the 200 years when the War Master was leading the Great Crusade? So, obviously, before the Horus Heresy... this was during reunification, the reunification wars. Like I said, I assume it's pre-Horus Heresy, but it's a 4X game series. Oh, okay. Was the large span. Oh, okay. Okay. Probably while because there's like 200 years. Are there different crusades? The unification wars were strictly limited to Earth and Terra. Okay, this is the part of the stuff I don't know anything about. Because I know there was 200 years before where the War Master was taking his kids on a field trip around the universe, or the galaxy, really. And on their little field trip, they beat up a bunch of people and took over a bunch of wars that used to belong to humanity. And this was after the time of the Great Darkness Night thing. I forgot the name of it, but, you know, because there was Ulanor? Was it Ulanor? Is that what it's called? Old Night, thank you. Age of Strife? Right, it's called both, right? Age of Strife, and then Old Night, same name. There were hundreds to thousands of fleets sent out during the Great Crusade. This was one of those? Okay. So, this was during the 200 years field trip that they were taking before Ulanor, when Horus became War Master. Okay, the more I say this again and again, the more it's going to come into my brain. Yeah, so to me, it's like, there's like 3 eras I think about. There's like pre-Ulanor. Well, there's, pre-Ulanor, and then there's pre-Heresy. Thanks, Dex. Armageddon is the name Ulanor got after it was conquered? Really? What? Is that true? Step 1, unite Earth. Step 2, find my dang kids. Step 3, little bonus crusading as a treat. Step 4, go home and wait for everything to blow over. Well, he had to go work in his garage. Oh, that's pretty cool because we just learned a little bit about Armageddon from that trailer that we watched, and then because I know that Ulanor is very important. I did learn that not everyone got to go to Ulanor, which I guess I didn't know for a while. Okay. Big E did lock himself in the garage, yeah. That's at least what I understand. The same orc infestation the Emperor was fighting that never got fully exterminated because that's incredibly hard. Ah. Okay. I don't know much about why they were on Ulanor in the first place, to be honest. I just know that that's where he was like, my son, Horus, I love you. Mwah. Be War Master? Check yes or no. And Horus was like, yeah. Does the Emperor have a name? John Warhammer. John Throne. Big E. There was like 4 legions in the Ulanor campaign. I'm sure he had a name before he became the Emperor because he lived on Earth for thousands of years. Ernest or something? That would be funny. Big Dick McGee. That's probably what he called himself. It was during the Unification Wars that Big E revealed himself and took the title of Emperor at the urging of Malkador to aid him. Wait, so Malkador probably knows the Emperor's real name. Timothy? Neoth? His name was Biggest Dickus? Big E, Ernest. Many people misinterpreted as Big Emperor. Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to see where we were on the timeline. I got very off track.
Renamed Necromunda as a result of this fustercluck, a planet that had come ever so close to death but managed to keep on kicking. Pretty much ever since then, Necromunda has continued on as it once was, only now under Imperial control. A hive planet producing an incredible amount of resources and miscellaneous items to fuel the war machine of its overlords. Interestingly enough, little information is available on what Necromunda was up to during the early days of the Imperium's history. Knowing 40k, this can mean anything from it being traitorous but too valuable to destroy to everyone just forgetting it existed for a bit and no one recording data on it because they forgot there was data to record. In the best case scenario though, it does paint it as a hive planet that was pretty peaceful in the grand scheme of things. And I do mean pretty peaceful, because in the entire 10,000 year history of the planet prior to the Great Rift, only 2 outside threats ever bothered it. One was an orc invasion.
What's the Great Rift? Is that the heresy? Oh, yeah, I can bump up the volume. I need to do it here though.
That for multiple years somehow went entirely.
For some reason, this, I see why. My browser got put in the wrong thing. It's probably going to end up very loud. Great Rift is modern 40k lore. Split the universe? I'm sorry, what? Split the galaxy? Hold on. Oh. Uh-huh. Hold on. Hold on. There's 2 Imperiums? Am I rewatching the Bricky video right now? Yes. Okay, give me a second. I gotta figure out. He says this part of the lore at some point. I remember.
Of years,
You guys can watch it with me if you want.
Mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of imperial knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average
I think I may have
human,
skipped past
with
it.
differences in size.
He doesn't, I don't think. He stops at the beginning of modern 40k.
I've heard about the rift though. I thought I heard about it from Bricky. Maybe I heard about it somewhere else. The Eye of Terror. Oh, but those are two different things? This is way after the Eye of Terror? But guys, how am I gonna learn my Warhammer 40k if Bricky hasn't done a video on it? If I can't listen to his dulcet tones? Read? You want me to read a book about Warhammer? You're crazy, dude. Crazy. Okay, so hold on. I just thought I remembered him talking about, maybe I'm mixing it up with the first time that there was a giant rift in the universe, which was when Slanesh fell. If only you knew a lore possum to ask. I wouldn't bug possum with questions like this. I don't even have a question. I'm just trying to understand what... I don't know. That's the Eye of Terror. Oh. Okay, so, as always, what book is this in? What book is this in? Wait, have they written a book about it? Can I put a book on here? Same rift, just bigger now. Fall of Cadia. It's been recommended. Bump it up, get bumped up above the line. Ba 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 ba. I don't know where it's gonna go, but it got bumped up above the line, so that's you know, there you go. When Cadia fell, Eye of Terror became the Great Rift. Oh, I have so many questions, but I know I should just go read a book about it, so I'm gonna go read a book about it instead of asking my little questions about, like, why the fuck would blowing up a planet cause that to happen? That seems really silly. Like, it's just a planet. I feel like we blow up planets all the time. Yada yada yada. Slanesh born, makes Eye of Terror. Cadia holds it in place. Cadia blows up, Eye gets real big. Oh, okay. That's all. That's as close as I want to get to. That's as much as I want to know. Thank you for the 3 streams, Jake. I don't want to know anymore. I don't want to know anymore. I think I have enough.
Unnoticed. 3 entire hives of the planet were desecrated by orcs before someone realized that, oh shit, maybe we should deal with this. In addition to whatever Necromunda threw at it, a large force of space marines was sent in to deal with the issue as well. The remains are still there and known as the Skull for all the holes the orcs left poked in the hives, and they're completely uninhabited. Whether it be fear of any leftover greenskins, demons, or just plain old being haunted, no one seems to want to go near them. And given that no one has forced the lower hivers back into the hives, there may be some credence to this. The other big thing was a gene stealer infestation, because Necromunda is a hive world, and if you wait long enough, gene stealers just pop up on those. This time it was because the AdMech was doing some unsanctioned research, as they also tend to do if you leave them be long enough, and it was so bad the Inquisition had to get involved. The planetary defense batteries themselves ravaged Hive Secundus where the gene stealers were located, and they became so depleted that in the end a massive network of
Okay, this man just spoke a bunch of words. I'm gonna listen to them again and see if I can understand them. Okay.
bad the Inquisition had to get involved. The planetary defense batteries themselves ravaged Hive Secundus, where the gene stealers were located.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, what's that first thing? The batteries? Why would batteries ravage the second big hive city?
The planetary defense batteries themselves ravaged...
Batteries of artillery... I could imagine a world having batteries of normal batteries holding power like batteries do. You know? I know it's a bunch of guns in a line, but nobody ever says that. Nobody ever says batteries. You gotta give me a break on that one. You gotta give me a break on that one. A planetary militia that dies before the Imperial Guard gets there. What do you mean I said it? What did you say? They turned the orbital guns around and shot the planet. Yeah, I read that. And I understood. Lots of people say that, May? In 40K, batteries only means that? What do you... Are you saying they don't have any... They don't have any batteries? No batteries exist in the Warhammer 40K universe? Is this what you're telling me? No electricity batteries exist? No? Every time I talk to you about Warhammer, when I am reading my little books and I'm having a good time, I understand the Warhammer universe perfectly. The second I start talking to you goobers, I don't understand a thing about this. What you would call a battery, 40K calls a servitor. A servitor can't hold electricity. I've seen a battery in Rogue Trader. That is true. I have no idea if you're gaslighting me or not. I wake up, kiss my wife, and tell her about the orbital artillery batteries. It's a daily ritual for me. Damn, didn't know everyone doesn't do that. You guys, okay, I can understand. I guess, yes, I have heard people call them power packs for... Why are you guys saying Hydra Dominatus? Who's the Hydra? Why are we Hydraing right now? I thought the Avengers wiped out Hydra. This is a UK-based universe. They call flashlights torches. Yeah. Man, you Warhammer goobers love your little... Love your little copy pastas. It's like you guys don't ever get tired of jokes, and I fear I may see that as a character flaw. Don't listen to everyone else. They threw AA's and AAA's at the planet to defeat the gene stealers, and then when it didn't work, they called in the big guns, the C&D batteries. Oh, we are happy little guys. I've never met a joke I can't beat to death. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, man, it's so funny to me because, like, I get tired of jokes so fast. I know that bits only last for so long. There are some bits that'll never die for me, but it is really context dependent. Oh. The jokes don't stop being funny because they weren't funny to begin with. Oh. I do know about Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. I already know about that. Yeah. They're committed to the bit means they're white material. Step 1, write joke on bullet. Step 2, fire the bullet. Why is the hashtag free possum announcement still running? Possum is free! God, I have to time possum out again. Every time you guys type that, I have to time possum out again. Thigh out, strub under. Possum's probably not even here anymore. God, you guys are bumping it up to like 2 minutes this time. Oh. 07 in chat for come on in. For Possum. What did Possum do? Well, I don't even remember how the bit started this morning.
Very funny. Did I ever mention that?
Oh, it started because Possum said that they needed to find a water bottle company to sponsor me because I was so thirsty for old competent men. And so I timed them out. And then every time someone typed hashtag free the possum, I added 10 seconds to the timer. This YouTube video is gonna be crazy. It's true. They spoke the truth and they were silenced. Yeah, they were. Yeah. I did. I shaky gunned Possum to death. It's true. Where was the lie? I didn't like being called out. Anyway, what were we even talking about? I didn't understand it. Okay. The planetary defense batteries, aka bullets, themselves ravaged.
Hive Secundus, where the gene sealers were located, and they became so depleted that in the end, a massive network of walls, trenches, and other fortifications were set up around Hive Secundus. It was completely cut off, with watch parties constantly observing the hive in case the cult tries to break free. Inside the hive, the primitive inhabitants of whoever survived wage war with the gene stealers to this day, because hive worlds really suck. I did of course say Necromunda was pretty peaceful in the grand scheme of the Imperium's history.
Okay. So what I'm understanding is that there's this section of the planet where they said, we're not ever going to go there again. They put as many bullets into it as possible. And then the guys that are left over apparently just can't leave. Batteries, Lord Captain? I'm timing every single one of you out. Okay. Why can't they leave? Why can't the primitives just leave? They might be gene stealers. Ah. Well, we might be giants, so I don't know. If you left your girl in Constantinople, she'll be waiting in Istanbul, okay? I got that backwards. Did I? No. She'll be waiting for you in Istanbul. Hives in 40k are basically like mega blocks from Cyberpunk, but billions of times worse. Okay. It's where all the batteries are. Why would they leave? That's a really good argument, I'm not gonna lie. Because they might be gene sealers. Every time you guys say that, I think we might be giants. And now they don't trust them, so they shoot them on sight. Okay. Okay. So there's like no good outcome for the people who are there with the gene stealers. Understand. Okay.
3. If you look below the historical records, you see that the planet is anything but, of course. Noble politics, gang warfare, and minor religious...
I want to eat this piece of art. What is this? I want to put it in my grubby little mouth and I want to eat it. This looks so good. I want to shove it in my mouth directly. Oh my god. Everything about this is incredible. Wow. It's auntie. It's so auntie. It's so true. I don't know why auto mod got you there, but yeah. Okay. I just love these outfits, but I'm also obsessed with Cyberpunk, so...
crusades plague the
Tummy's
inhabitants
also
every
great.
single day. And the actual difference between these things is also completely inconsequential, and usually just boils down to who's paying the guy trying to cave your head in with a rock. And in fact, if I were to hazard a bit of a guess, the ultimate thing that makes Necromunda special is the fact that it's just the most focused on Hive World and the Imperium. I would bet this sort of thing rages across Hive Worlds the Imperium over. We just get to see what the specifics are like down in Necromunda. That's not to say Necromunda doesn't have some spice all to itself. One of the hives, Hive Mortis, is entirely devoted to breaking down the dead for everything from corpse starch to drugs after a plague ravaged its population. But the general vibe of
Pancreas used the RimWorld music for the background? That's RimWorld music! That's so based! Oh! Let's go! I'm also so proud of myself for recognizing that. Okay, anyway.
Necromunda can probably be found all across the galaxy. Until relatively recently, the entire planet was ruled over by Lord Gerontius Helmar of House Helmar, the noble house that rules in the name of the glorious Imperium of mankind. In the history of planetary governors in the Imperium, he stood proud in his status as not the worst one to ever live. In terms of outright incompetence, there have been infinitely worse. In terms of corruption, the off-world trading port of Gothrul's Needle holds a monopoly on space commerce by virtue of Lord Helmar.
I'm sorry. There's an off-world place where goth hot mommies rule? Wow.
Wanting it to have monopoly on space commerce. As I said, not the worst, but he could definitely be better. But then we come to the opening of the Great Rift and the maybe 42nd millennium, depending on which of the 500 different potential calendars you'd like to go by in this setting. On Necromunda, they call it the Great Darkness, which is a good sign of what's coming for this poor planet. Aside from the gigantic snail trail that's opened up across the stars, the planetary core of Necromunda has also started cooling down, which means even ignoring the presumably imminent collapse of the planet's magnetic field and the ensuing cancerification of everyone who lives on it, the industries of Necromunda are finally starting to die down after 10,000 years. But the planet's named Necromunda for a reason. If it came back from life before, it can do it again. Plus, if Necromunda died, then where would we go in the 41st millennium for gang?
Okay, I don't know enough about planets. Why does it matter that the Okay, hold on, we gotta go learn about planets. Okay. What happens when a planet's core cools down? Okay. What if the Earth's core cooled down?
Deep beneath the Earth's surface, there's a scorching ball of iron, surrounded by an ocean of boiling hot liquid metal. The Earth's core. It's as toasty as the surface of the sun, with enough heat to brew more than 1 trillion cups of coffee per hour. That's over 100 coffees for every single person on the planet.
That's a lot of coffee.
What if this sizzling core suddenly cooled down? Could our planet still function with a frozen core? Or would we just become another lifeless rock orbiting the sun? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Earth's core cooled down. Ever since it was formed, the inner core of the Earth has been losing heat, but it's still blazing hot, around 6,000 degrees. Of course, no one has ever been to the center of the Earth. The unbearable heat is one of the reasons you don't want to get any closer to it. If only it cooled down a bit, maybe we could go and see what's inside our planet, and if all our guesses about the Earth were right. There are many things on Earth that make life possible. Our geomagnetic field is one of them. It protects us from all kinds of space radiation, including highly charged particles constantly blasting from the sun. The magnetic field acts as a shield and deflects them around our planet. That way, no solar winds can strip away our atmosphere, which is also an essential element for life here on Earth. And guess what? This magnetic field is generated by the Earth's core.
I didn't know that!
As the planet spins, the two parts of the core, the inner solid core and the outer liquid one, move at different speeds, generating electric currents. Those currents generate our geomagnetic field.
Guess I forgot
If
about
the Earth's core cooled down, it wouldn't produce any currents. The Earth would lose its magnetic field. If that happens, be ready for all kinds of bad things. Because no magnetic field means no atmosphere. And no atmosphere, well, in short, the Earth would start looking a little more like Mars. No breathing exercise could calm you down, since you wouldn't even be able to breathe without a pressure suit and an oxygen mask. Since the frozen core wouldn't heat up rocks, water, gas, and other geological material anymore, the Earth itself would be getting colder and colder. On the other hand, volcanoes...
Wait, hold on. If that's what happened to Mars, then does that mean that we couldn't actually terraform Mars? Because isn't the whole terraforming Mars thing about building up the atmosphere of Mars? Well, is there no magnetic field on Mars anymore? So therefore, could we... Have I been thinking we could terraform Mars and actually we can't? Guys, I did not have a great science education. I apologize. I'm mostly just media literate, entirely. Terraforming Mars is highly unlikely. Ooh, that's the issue. If we could continuously replenish it. But there's no way to build a magnetic field of that size because it's literally these giant rotating cores, right? You'd have to constantly keep maintaining it long term. Oh. The loss of atmosphere is slow, though. We need to start the core. Do you think we could start the core of Mars without blowing it up? Like, okay. What if, now hold on here, guys, bear with me. What if we got Superman? Now, I'm not kidding. I'm actually going to ask this as a legitimate question. If we got some way to grab the outer core of the planet and spin it really, 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 really fast, could we spin it so fast? I guess that wouldn't have any effect on the inside. Well, actually, could you spin the planet so fast it spins the inside too, and then you reverse the direction and the force is traveling inward? Okay, my poor little humanities brain is working very hard to understand science right now. I really am not a science person. I love asking questions about science, but that's why you need a science MacGuffin to make transforming a thing in many sci-fi settings. Why don't we cook it in the sun like a rotisserie chicken? I'm about that. One of the other problems is that it's super Why I have been sitting my little butt on this Earth thinking that one day we could terraform Mars. That, like, Mars was not that different from us. It just happened to, like, not... I guess I hadn't thought very hard about why it didn't have an atmosphere. Like, there's a lot of stuff I know, but I haven't necessarily connected it all together and made those connections, so... Man, I mean, technically I'm learning science right now. If people say science fiction doesn't teach you science, I'm learning science right now. Oh... Well, but here's the thing, Ash. I've thought this for a long, long time, before Musk started his Mars grifting. There have been some papers covering the strictly theoretical revitalization of Mars's magnetic field, but ultimately, none of it is possible with our current understanding of physics. Why? Hey, Ash, you're my physicist in chat. Why don't we just understand physics better? The rover hasn't gotten rid of the Mars spiders yet? I'm sorry, Gwen, what? What we mean is it's more livable when compared to planets like Venus and Mercury. They're so tiny I wouldn't want to live there anyway. To be fair, they did do some shows about it in the early 90s/2000s. So... I guess I don't care that much about terraforming Mars. I want bionic limbs. That's what I want faster. I want bionic limbs. I want bionic organs. I want to replace my body with chrome. That's what I want the fastest, because I think the breakdown of the body is one of the biggest problems we have to deal with. I mean, shows convincing you it was possible, that's probably why you thought that, yeah. I want to be a bionicle. May an Iron Hands enjoyer? I'm a Silver Hand enjoyer, personally. We should probably sort out our own environment first. It's very possible and pretty easy. I mean, that's just one of the science things that we gotta get going. If we can just cure cancer, radiation doesn't matter that much. You're not wrong. Very 10th Legion of you? Yes, I know. Okay, hold on. We gotta finish this video real quick.
Volcanoes would no longer be spewing lava, continents would stop drifting away from each other, and earthquakes would completely disappear. Nobody could survive on that Earth for too long, but it would be a good simulation of life on Mars. Who knows? Maybe we'd have enough time to pack up our stuff, jump on a spaceship, and get off of this planet before it became absolutely dead. But if someone very curious decided to stay on Earth and to finally drill a hole into the core, try to convince them not to. The core may have lost all its heat, but the pressure there would still be 3.5 million times higher than it is on Earth's surface. Anyone bold enough to go down there would be squeezed into the core, becoming one with the Earth, literally. Looks like the planet's core would be better off if it remained as blisteringly hot as it is. And maybe drilling through the Earth isn't the best idea either. But that's a question for another what if.
So is our core gonna cool down no matter what? How long of a time scale? And sometimes I think about how the sun's gonna get really big and it's gonna burn everything up, and everything that we do on Earth is meaningless. You know? Billions of years. We'll be dead by then? Yeah, I know. The sun will die before it cools enough, most likely? Oh, okay, that helps. The kindergartner existential dread? How is that kindergartner existential dread? What kindergartner is thinking about the heat death of the universe? It's okay, mate. We'll make the big spaceship and get out of Dodge before then. I'm pretty sure we're all gonna die from killing each other before then, but you know, it's okay. We'll all be dead long before then. Wow, quite a few of us. Wow, okay. I didn't know I had so many kindergartners in chat. You should all get banned. This is an 18+ only stream because I talk too much about old competent men and how hot they are. So, the core is loaded with radioactive stuff keeping it warm, but it will eventually. That's assuming the Earth isn't swallowed by the sun. Should it undergo a transition into a red giant later in its lifespan? Also billions of years in the future? It seems like people don't know which one of those is going to happen first. It seems like everything in the universe dies of heat. Heat death. The heat death of the universe. And then it gets sucked. It expands really, really hard all the time. And then it gets sucked back in. And we have a second Big Bang. And then it starts all over again. And maybe that world will be a little bit happier. Except we must imagine that we are in the best of all possible worlds. And I wonder if Wittgenstein thought about that. You ever think about that? You ever wonder if Wittgenstein thought about the heat death of the universe and the eventual sucking back into the universe? You ever think about that, huh? There's no Great Crunch? Why do we have a Great Crunch denier in my chat right now? I beg this question. Chips? Give you a good crunch. The universe? Great crunch. We might have a big crunch instead of a heat death. It depends on what the curvature of the universe is. This is what my master's thesis was on. Hey Ash, are we gonna have another universe one day? That's one of those questions I'd like answered. Big Smooth wants you to think there's no big crunch. I can't believe we had somebody in chat who hated crunchy peanut butter. Chips or fries? I'm thinking of like crisps. For you British enjoyers. There might be other universes right now. Wow. Huthor, are you spreading Wizards of the Coast propaganda in my chat right now? Didn't they label their new thing the mini universes with Spider-Man or something? If you have a big crunch, then there's also a theory that it'll be a big bounce and it bounces off a smallest size. Universes beyond. Yeah. Don't give Wizards of the Coast credit for multiverse theory. I'm not giving them credit. I'm just saying you bought into their propaganda by talking about it. Physics is cool, so many theories, so little time. I got all the time in the world, baby. I got until the heat death of the universe and also until Johnny Silverhand kisses me. At which point, I will never speak to anyone ever again. I will have achieved my life goal and I'm gonna go sit under a tree and think about the world. Paid by big wizards. I don't know. You remember looking at different space-times for your master's thesis too? Oh. Wait a second. Are you science fiction nerds into science or something? What? That can't be true. That would be too on the nose. That would be too on the nose. Your thesis was about crystals. I love that. Wait, do we have a geologist in the chat? Yo, if we got a geologist in the chat, can you sound off? Or rather, theoretically. Man, I love rocks. You're a geologist? Geologists are so cool. I wish I had a geologist friend so I could point to rocks and say, what kind of rock is that? I used to do that. I used to be very good friends with plant biologists. All of my friends were plant biologists, getting their PhDs in plant biology. And they each had their own thing, and I would make them tell me about their thing in great detail. I once had one of my climbing partners was a plant biologist who was into like plant diseases and viruses, and we would often be in the car for hours at a time. And I was like, I would be like, tell me about your plant viruses. We need to catch all the different disciplines. Your master's thesis was on fault modeling. I don't think we should talk that much about other people's faults, personally. But I guess if it was sanctioned by your school, that's fine. I had a geologist teaching assistant once. They asked me to name a rock in front of the class. It was that day that I learned that I don't know what a rock is. If I had to name a rock, I'd name him George. I think George is a really strong name. It's really steadfast, you know? Give me your niche information, learner of things. One of my very good friends, whom I need to text, is into quaking aspens. We're about 7 minutes into a pancreas video. Oh! We are watching a pancreas video, aren't we? I'm so sorry to the VOD watchers, but I'm also not sorry. I had to go learn why that was not a problem. I'm a curious cat. I'm a fox, but I'm a curious girl. I thought it was a bit. What? What was a bit? I wanted to learn why that happens. I'm serious about learning.
Warfare antics. If you say a Space Marine chapter homeworld, I'm gonna send a member of House Goliath to cave your skull in with a rock. Making matters worse for those who live on Necromunda, but better for political intrigue, Lord Helmar has been placed in medical stasis following a failed assassination attempt. And naturally, in his absence, everyone has been looking to fill the power vacuum. His 13th daughter Hera and a rebellious lord named Lady Credo were the two most prominent named figures fighting for Gerontius' former seat. And fitting for the name of the first event for all this, named Cinderak Burning, they mostly fought in the hive of Cinderak. In a very 40k move, Cinderak was completely uninvolved in events prior to this, because even tens of thousands of years and hundreds of light years away from Earth, some poor bastard has to be Belgium caught between Germany and France. As it turns out, Credo and some insane redemptionist prophet dude were working for a man named Azostia Maranthus, the leader of what remains of a noble house thought long extinct. He eventually succeeded in his goals, now ruling over Necromunda, although Lady Hera is still making moves from the shadows to regain Helmar rule over the planet. If that constant barrage of proper nouns has left you feeling a little bit confused, then good, I've done my job. This is Imperial politicking. If you're not confused, you're not paying attention. Now with all that history out of the way, who are the major players? And more to the point, what are the great houses of Necromunda, combined with a little bit of information on some other playable factions?
Tell me about the cool guns.
Necromunda. This is more of a look at who you potentially can play and follow along in the fun little narrative of the planet. We'll start with the great houses. Going off the order they're listed in the web store, we start with House Caudor. Tell me, how do you feel about religious extremism? Do you think that mankind would be much better off if we threw off the shackles of faith and embraced pure, scientific rationalism? Well then please get the hell off of my lawn, Redditor. House Caudor wants nothing to do with you. House Caudor is by no means the richest or most powerful of houses, but when you're the house surfing on the back of unmatched religious fervor, you don't need those things very much.
True.
Only coming to true power in the 39th millennium, with redemptionist faith gaining more popularity. In the 40th millennium, their head, known as the Thane of Caudor, took on the faithful trappings and rode this tide of faith all the way to the top. The faith was so successful in its rise that it gained members in some of the other noble houses and even spread off-world, which for one of the countless thousands of cargo cults the Imperium gives birth to is very impressive. Unfortunately, redemptionism is one of those few forms of the Imperial cult that goes too far for even the Imperium of Man. Killing the heretics is good. Killing everyone you see that isn't a redemptionist because they're not a redemptionist and therefore bad is less good. When this includes ecclesiarchy priests and imperial nobles who are technically divinely mandated in their position, this is even less good. The Red Redemption was even worse because somehow when it spread off-world it came back in an even more extreme form than what it already was. So eventually the faith was banned, but with the secret document all the other houses signed called the Pax Redemptos, it was allowed to stay with the caveat that no one take up arms in the name of the redemption. redemption any longer. Similar to the Sisters of Battle, we've gotten the most lovely of loopholes from this. House Cawdor's massive horde of unwashed pilgrims no longer take up arms in the name of the redemption. They take up arms in the name of House Cawdor. The fact that House Cawdor is still firmly a part of the redemptionist faith is surely nothing you need to worry about. House Cawdor, for its part, is still one of, if not the poorest great house, balanced out by the fact there's an endless supply of dirty fanatics to draw from. The mainstay of their gangs is scrap-wielding nutjobs trying to kill you for their faith. Plenty of redemptionists ignored the Pax Redemptos and kept fighting in the name of the faith. They're just officially marked as renegades. Officially. Leading them will be dirty fanatical priests wearing metal braziers on their head that
dirty
are lit,
count
because
3.
I cannot emphasize enough how insane these people are. Scavenging for supplies is something every hiver does, but in House Cawdor, the act is regarded as sacred. In the Imperium of Man, all is the Emperor's, which means even what someone else considers to be the lowliest of trash is a sacred artifact. They're also, as I said, very poor, so it's equal parts faith and practicality. They even speak in a specific dialect of Low Gothic called the Pilgrim's Cant. It's just Low Gothic, but so loaded with religious symbolism and subtext that someone ordering a large fry and a Diet Coke comes across to an outsider as them preaching about how everyone around them has their souls eternally damned. I like to imagine what their version of coded speech is just them shouting out Warhammer lore as we understand it to people who could not care any less. They also...
That's also, I think I probably know how to speak the Pilgrims Cant due to the fact that I grew up in Mississippi. And ordering a large fry and a Diet Coke is always ended with "Have a blessed day." So I'm at least like kind of part way there, you know.
Mask their faces when they're on the clock, so to speak. Individuality is a sin, after all, and after the Pax Redemptos, their legal status as a gang is even more iffy than that sort of thing already is, so it doubles as a convenient way to hide themselves. When the mask comes off, so does their shift of firebombing the other house's property. Oh, and you know all those World War II stories of Soviets training dogs to run under German tanks with bombs strapped to them? They have that, but they couldn't afford the dogs, so they use big rats. Next up is House Delak. House Delak takes the mystique and intrigue of Imperial nobility and goes whole hog with it. They don't just like using assassins and spies, they're an entire house of assassins and spies. Sure enough, nobody in their right mind would ever trust a Delak, but on the flip side, everyone will at least work with them because they usually know more than you do. Better to have the assassin working for you than against you, and they're the best information gatherers in the entire planet. If you need to find the drop in the ocean that a single human being in a hive world is, House Delak is your best bet. Their origins are as shrouded in mystique as their demeanor is. In M36, a lot of Necromundans started getting some strange dreams that coincided with a rogue planet named Somnus passing nearby the system. They started sleepwalking, and many of these people just weren't ever seen again. They just walk off into the night. More and more people vanished like this until eventually Somnus moved on, and they returned bound to a singular will. Delak. Slowly, Delak would convince Avarice to hand over their most valued commodities to them. Trade deals, factories, contracts, all the things that make a great house great. As they took more and more of Avarice Industries, they started their future habits of obsessing over concealment, misdirection, and other cloak and dagger work. Eventually, Avarice finally realized they weren't partners but being subjugated, but when they tried to protest this to the other houses, they were completely stonewalled. This was either because Delak had gone to House Helmar for some secret deal, because the other houses didn't care about this one that somehow signed away its existence, or some combination of both. The last stand of House Avarice was a blip fought by whatever mercenaries and bounty hunters it could afford, and then House Delak was here to stay. One thing that's needed to know about House Delak is that
cannibalized
will
another
seemed
house?
bound
That's
to
crazy.
in the earliest of days. Many outsiders, given their habit of shaving their head, their pale skin, and their light-sensitive eyes, believe them to be a house of psychers, if not outright gene stealers. Neither of these things are true, but the former does have some small amount of merit. The people of House Delak are connected to one another via what's known as the Psychoterica. It's a gestalt consciousness that binds them together, but crucially, it's not a hive mind. Every member of House Delak is their own person, and this has led to conflict within the house, but this does let them sense when someone is connected to the Psychoterra as well as when someone is not, as well as allow them to convey feelings and ideas to one another. Another important thing to keep in mind is that the stereotypical image most people have in Necromunda of a member of House Delak is not what the majority of them look like. Most of them, who are known within House Delak as the Lost, are just going to look like and indeed be normal folk. When they sense the Psychoterica connecting one of the Lost to the greater house, they'll reach out and recruit them through whatever means they deem necessary. And another thing, which incidentally I find kind of funny, is that their front organizations they run on lower levels operate more or less the same as their higher up, being all about clandestine stuff and the like. From top to bottom, they're all about information gathering, and whether that's subtly listening in on a conversation between nobles or spying from alleyways at other gang deals, the broad strokes are going to be the same. Dirty laundry is dirty laundry no matter who's airing it out, and House Delac is there to see it all. Their weird brain
hold on.
mind thing is let them do some strange stuff, such as
So I'm worried he might explain more about the brain mind thing, because I'm quite curious about this, because oh god, I have to time out pause. I just like okay. So they are psychers, or he said it's their, but I guess I don't really understand. I don't really understand 40K. I'm just like, you know, fishy aliens that invaded from the warp gate thing he explained earlier. They're not psychers in the way that they use the warp. They have their own thing going on. They can become psychers. Psychers use the warp, they don't. Their psychers aren't true psychers. Why don't they use a drug that makes them psychers? Why doesn't GW just give them cool mind powers? What's wrong with that? Just give them cool mind powers and it'll be fine. You know? And then tell us more about the cool mind powers.
their work with a Piscian Spectre. They're an allied race of Xenos fish people that can be heavily augmented, as well as have access to the Psychoterica itself. And just to wrap us up, allow me to tell you where the Psychoterica probably comes from.
Oh, there
if you couldn't tell what this whole house is a reference to yet, you probably will be able to soon. Millions of years before it was a hive planet, Necromunda was home to vast oceans teeming with life. Nowadays, there are oceans of sludge that the Necromundans grow mushrooms on to eat, but back then they were home to a race of beings known as Leviathans, worshipped by the other natives as gods. As time passed, the climate changed as they tend to do on this time scale, and the oceans were in danger of drying up. The surface dwellers built massive underground reservoirs for their gods to dwell in, presumably died out themselves, and when humanity came to inhabit the world, they were none the wiser as to what lay beneath them. In time, when the sleeping sickness caused by somnus came, these creatures were able to influence the dreams of those afflicted, and thus was their will once again brought to the surface world. And if you still aren't getting what's being ripped off of here, consider that House Delac also has a unique language called the Dark Tongue. No one else can understand it. There's a high possibility that House Delac doesn't truly
Is this a Skyrim reference?
understand it, and one of the lines of it is, "The deathless sleeper waits beneath the dead
No?
world."
Oh, okay.
So good luck everyone on Necromunda, and quite possibly the
Okay, so I didn't get it. Okay, well, that was a legitimate guess. I was thinking of Thieves Can't. They sound like the Thieves Guild. But I was like, I don't know. I don't know if there's like a Daedric Prince who works with the Thieves Can't. Oh, Cthulhu's literally on my fucking screen right now. I was looking at chat. I hadn't quite processed that that's Cthulhu. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sure, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
galaxy as well, because Cthulhu waits beneath the surface, and his premier followers are an entire noble organization of gangbangers. Now we come to House Escher. The TLDR is that House Escher is the obligatory girls-only house to be used as a cudgel by someone on either side of the fence when the cyclical Warhammer Twitter argument makes its rounds. In practice, they're a lot more fun than those people usually bother to give them credit for, although in general Necromunda has escaped the usual arguments as a result of being less popular and in the spotlight. Besides, Necromunda is fun and unconnected to Space Marines, and most of the people who argue about Warhammer on Twitter are the type of people who haven't even heard of fantasy, let alone a 40k sub-game, so we're probably safe here. Long ago, there was no House
would you
Escher,
argue
just
about
three
Warhammer on
sisters who were
Twitter?
legendary warrior
Go
types
read a
and
book.
supposedly immortal. In truth, they just cloned themselves in secret. After about 3,000 years or so of this, and allowing the exploits of themselves to fade into myth and legend, the three women pledged themselves to the future planetary governor. They realized that if things ever came to all-out war, their cloning procedures wouldn't save themselves from the constant respawning that would likely happen. So they split their genetic material into 5 boys and 7 girls, destroyed the vat, since that's as good a way as any to make sure you stick to that no respawning oath, and formed the bloodline of House Ulandari. It was a noble house of human purity, since by virtue of everyone who started it being manufactured in a lab, there was no icky radiation poisoning or mutations in it. House Ulandari would eventually itself split into House Athenos, who still revered their first 3 founding mothers, and House Ulanti. Athenos took control of the chem trade and made all their money that way, and Ulanti was intermarried with other noble houses, which gave them plenty of good connections, but diluted that oh-so-precious Ulandari bloodline. They would fight each other occasionally, which particularly hurt Athenos, but when a splinter faction within Ulanti broke away that managed to trace its bloodline back to the OG 3 ladies, it formed House Ashaki and absorbed Athenos with minimal, if any, issues. As a newfound house by this point, which for the record is some time before but not too long before M38, House Ashaki had its fair share of troubles and rival houses to fight in order to establish itself as a real player in the game.
little map,
Their inherited
honestly.
expertise in the chemical fields allowed them to augment their gangers well beyond their rivals and make them stand out, but this came at a cost you could probably guess at. Turns out, injecting yourself with an unstable mixture of PCP, heroin, and crack isn't good for the human body. Addiction ran rampant, and their men suffered increasingly more mutations and general side effects at birth, since apparently their concoctions really didn't like the idea of a Y chromosome. Nevertheless, they
Makes
stuck
sense.
with the chem trade, because when you control 90% of the drug market, the occasional guy melting from everything you pumped into him ain't that bad. In a sort of mirror to their initial beginnings, a band of women took the reins in M38 and turned House
Their
Ashaki
outfits
into
are
the
so
House
cool.
Escher Necromunda knows and loves today. Any sort of chemical science you can think of, House Escher is all about it. Drugs, toxins, poisons, combinations of all 3. They've probably got the Family Guy tripling yourself drug lying around somewhere for that special occasion you need an Ogryn to vomit, shit, and orgasm all over your political rival. And please do have fun with that mental image. To get around the fact that nowadays all of their men are more or less born either brain dead or with every single condition you can
I don't know what
imagine
the
at the
box
same
are.
time, they use their drug expertise to induce asexual pregnancy. Ironically enough, considering they hate each other, the new House Goliath exists because of House Escher. The super brutes that make it up nowadays were in part created due to Escher's work, and much of what Goliath uses to keep itself going comes from House Escher, despite the hatred they share for each other. They've got 3 major things keeping them going in modern Necromunda. They have great relations with the Water Guild that controls water on the planet, great relations with the Cold Trade that's all about smuggling Xenos tech, and pretty decent ties with House Alanti, which is actually still around and kicking, giving them good access to the other noble houses of Necromunda. And controlling 90% of the chem trade. That's always going to be helpful for keeping power. Something else quite interesting to end on is that despite being the weird organic science faction, they're also the house that exports to the wider Imperium perhaps the most single common item you can ever find. The humble lasgun. Escher's lasguns are some of the most effective ones around. One of the other houses, Van Sar, does make better ones, but they're so complicated and hard to maintain that mass production of them isn't feasible. Escher's, meanwhile, hit that sweet spot where they're still great lasguns, but not impossible to maintain off-planet on campaign. Goes to show that if you can make something the Imperium wants, it'll let you get away with all sorts of bullshit back home. Up to and including using your weird chemicals to raise the dead as a discount Eversor assassin. On to the next house in the list,
What?
House Goliath. House Goliath is by far the newest great house in Necromunda. Originally, they were created to make a brand new breed of beings able to more effectively work the forges
that
of the
from
world,
Ark?
as well as to solve some genetic issues both House Escher and Van Sar were facing. Though the collaboration started and ended with creating this new breed of abhuman, the resulting Goliaths, as they were called, were nevertheless effective in the forges, though the genetic issues were still unsolved. Escher and Van Sar accused each other of betraying the other. House Helmar just shrugged and stuck them in the forges. It was initially believed that the Goliaths could be kept docile and controlled. After a few generations of them, though, naturally born or nat-born Goliaths started becoming a thing, and with it a marked increase in intelligence and lifespan, as well as a desire for freedom. Though they certainly had their fair share of fights to become free, it wasn't as bloody as you'd think for a group of people that are closer to Fallout super mutants than humans to achieve. Much like with Escher, they were smart enough to realize that the Imperium doesn't really care if you exist as long as you don't disrupt things and do your job, and since they were so good in the forges, most people were willing to tolerate them. Their status as abhumans is a fuzzy thing, but overall when they are considered as such, they're still let be, since they're real good at forging stuff and also real scary to fight. To be sure, the other houses of Necromunda look down on them for being a bunch of dumb, savage, classless brutes, and to be fair, they were literally genetically designed to be nothing more than organ donor sacks and to work the forges. But they're called House Goliath for a reason, so if you'd like to look one in the face and bring these things up, I can only say good luck, and ask that you post whatever happens on Necromundan Live Leak so we can all see how it goes for you. Despite the fact that they're less than 1,000 years old, they control Necromunda's forging with an iron grip, and they have official Imperial sanction to do so they're here to stay. House Goliath early on made deals with Von Saar for cloning facilities, as despite Natborn being a thing, the majority of them are still sterile. They eventually did manage to figure out how to do things more internally, though, all the better since no one wants to be reliant on another great house. They are still pretty reliant on Escher, but better to need one great house than to need two. House Goliath is proof of something that for some reason a whole lot of fans have a hard time internalizing. Making something of equal strength and toughness to a Space Marine really isn't that hard. The issue is that making something as strong, tough, and stable as a Space Marine is a fair bit harder. Goliaths come in three flavors.
I don't know if I'd call Space
Vatborn,
Marines
Natborn,
stable.
and Unborn, and all of them are, as well as require, a mess of chemical cocktails that really don't sit well with the human body. The first two are pretty self-explanatory. Vatborn are the Goliaths that still come from Vats. Though House Goliath did break away from Vansar dependency for the most part, they don't really
stable is in
understand
genetics,
things fully.
okay.
So sometimes a Goliath comes out stillborn, or just a mess of organic matter that is many things but barely a Goliath, let alone truly human. When they come out, and they're actually correctly made, they're fully grown.
I was just gonna say, since there's RimWorld on the screen, it makes me think of the pig people of RimWorld, the ones that were also made for organ harvesting. I remember those from Biotech.
And pretty much feral animals. To combat
But I
this, we
forgot
have
what
the
they're
mighty
called.
data slug process. Take some implants, fill them with their entire clan's history and culture, as well as other basic need-to-knows in life like speaking, and jam it in a newborn Goliath's brain. Oftentimes, this reduces the Goliath to a drooling wreck, because this is the equivalent of your entire formative years from birth to college jammed into you in about 5 minutes. If it works, though, congrats, new Goliath. This new person is only kept together by something called a chem leash, which carefully balances the absurd amount of stimulants and chemicals needed to keep a Goliath alive. Too little and they destabilize and die. Too much and they enter a period of rampant growth and then die. All this to grant them the mighty lifespan of about 10 years. Poor guys don't even live as long as the...
So I wonder if one of the reasons that, and maybe this is explained in lore, but one of the reasons that Space Marines aren't made, but rather, or Space Marines aren't born, they're made, is because of that genetic stability. Like, if you were to try to birth, I mean, I know that they've birthed Space Marines before through the Demon Kalaba, etc., but, I wonder, like, that's why they just stuff a bunch of organs in a dude over a period of time. Because I have no idea how long they gestate these folks, but interesting.
The Skaven do. This is also provided to them at least in part by House Escher, like I said, and the two houses do not get along. Economics are a must, however, and the trade between the two houses still flows, however tenuously. Natborn, meanwhile, are made from when a mommy and daddy Goliath love each other very much. If you're familiar with the Dark Eldar, they're treated pretty much exactly the same as Trueborn are. They get longer lives, less dependency on chems, although very crucially not no dependency, and they're more smarter. They can also live up to 50 years. Very impressive stuff. They of course take pride in coming out of a vagina instead of a tube, but they're also very cautious with their existence. Outside organizations keenly watch them, since Goliath's breeding was never an intended thing. It's kept as quiet and down low as it can be because, at least to my understanding, both options the Goliath faces are bad. While they are allowed to exist, if the Imperium decided they could become rampantly unchecked with their growth, they might just send in the Inquisition or Space Marines to do away with House Goliath. On the flip side, if the Imperium decides it could use mass-produced regiments,
I guess it just gotta be that way to work as much as it does. Yeah, plus you can make sure the kid's okay before investing time and resources. Yeah, they do have to go through all the trials. It's also cheaper because they can make better gene-altered warriors, aka Custodes, but those are much more expensive and hard to do. Space Marines are a good mix of stable, powerful, and cheap.
Of these guys, the other houses might unite to wipe them out, since that would easily spell their own fall to irrelevance as Goliath becomes the undisputed master house. Unborn are the odd men out, in that they didn't start as Goliaths. If someone wants to become one, they have to go through a process that makes them one. This process is not at all standardized between groups of Goliaths, not at all safe physically because it rewrites your DNA into something that needs dozens of different steroids and other drugs to be stable, and not safe mentally because the data slug is still putting entire sets of formative years into your head. But if it works, it brings new genetic diversity into a gene pool that could really use some of that. All of these groups are heavily reliant on the chem leads.
This model, whatever it is, has like, it shows the good muscles. The serratus anterior, I think it is. Those are yummy muscles.
Each group of Goliath has different needs, each strain of Goliaths has different needs, and quite frankly, Goliath leaders also have different needs. Overall, it sucks to be a Goliath. Our second to last great house is House Orlok. This is Darkwing's least favorite house, since it's a big old group of dirty, disgusting miners. House Orlok isn't the most interesting one to me, but they are undoubtedly a great house. On a hive that produces as much as Necromunda, if you control the metal in the mines, you can make a damn fine name for yourself. Their history actually begins in the ash wastes outside of the hive. One group of bandits, led by one Olandus Orlok, was particularly prosperous. In M38, he and some family had to take shelter in an ancient starship, but luckily for them, this turned out to be incredibly fortunate, as the ship contained a treasure trove of archaeotech. Allying or threatening other rival families into working with him, this brought his wealth up to the level that he could wage war with one of the noble houses, House Orland. It went so poorly for House Orland that when the head of it went to House Helmar for help, they just told him this was an internal matter and he better not affect the tithes with his crap. When a young Orland daughter married Olandus' eldest son, House Orland's head was so heartbroken by the betrayal, he just walked off into the wastes, which is honestly pretty sad to read. I know he's imperial nobility, so you can assume he deserves anything bad that comes to him, but man, what a pathetic note to end out on. From this marriage, though, the House of Iron was born, and we can call them House Orlok going forward now to avoid the confusion of these almost identical names. House Orlok itself would end up becoming complacent over the years and rather decadent, and by M39 they had a pretty massive workers' rebellion on their hands. They tried to hire a bunch of mercenaries to deal with.
Hold on, I want to look this up. What is Necromunda Underhive Wars? Is that one of the games? Came out in 2020. 90% off right now. It's $2. I think we talked about this one. XCOMmy. You know what I want? I want Cyberpunk. But I'm a Necromunda. Yeah, it's $2. I'll go put it in my cart. Oh, it says please wait. That's the other Necromunda game? For some reason, Steam isn't working right now. Okay.
Rebellion, but the rebels controlled the mines, so when the mercenaries showed up, they just outbid the house leaders and bought the mercenaries over. The matter came to a close when a member of House Orlok had a pretty smart idea. Since he founded a wasteland town himself, he would use that influence to gain over the rebels to his side. With what would become known as the Code of Iron, he declared that it was gang before the house, house before the rest, and appealed greatly to the rebels, who wanted to go back to the days of old, with hard-working miners and gang leaders running the show, not crummy nobles. He would go so far as to gain the trust of the rebel leader, making her his confidant, taking control of the rebellion and House Orlok itself as the new head. From this, we get House Orlok as it stands today. They have a long-standing feud with House Delak, since their gangers overran a shipment that Delak was overseeing and managed to steal a contract from House Ulanti from under them. Delak tried to besiege their mining settlements in turn, but they discovered that there were too many of the damn things to ever hope to successfully do that. Now the houses hate each other. Orlok, meanwhile, has good relations with House Escher, and with everyone else, it's lukewarm. It's eh. The nobles control the common folk and their gangs through some impressive displays of Machiavellian scheming, as well as just a small smidgen of actual generosity. Essentially, they have their gangs double as a middle class. Anyone can come to rise up from the lowest of ranks and join a gang, but their worth has to be approved by the gang itself. The end result is that they have a massive population, as all hives do, genuinely throwing themselves into their work and giving 110%, because they might get that sweet promotion to the gangs and out of a life of factory work. All under House Orlok are also allowed allowed to use shortened versions of the noble family names, since they are a part of House Orlok, no matter their standing, and the general feeling that they matter and they've had to work hard for what they have keeps them all loyal. For the nobles' part, they promote the occasional rising star and let them have a bit more freedom than the lower castes of other houses, and they've got themselves an army and source of labor that's in some ways even more fanatical than that of House Cawdor. Brutal subservience with a thin veneer of generosity, or the closest thing in 40k to actually earning your place in a somewhat fair system? That's for you to decide. House Van Saar is next, and you know what their claim to fame is? They have a working STC. That's it. There's two stories for their origins, the former of...
What is an STC? There's a pack of this game in Space Hulk for less than $5. Oh. Let me see if it decided to finally... It says it has an air... Oh, there we go. It decided to figure out how to communicate with Steam again. Oh, the Steam Spring Sale is going on right now? Oh, guys, I can't look at this right now. I'd end up buying Helldivers 2, and I can't get into Helldivers 2. I don't even know what that game's about, except everybody keeps talking about it. Even all these years later. Space Marine 2's on sale. I ought to buy that one.
37 hours, 12.
Should I get the 2-year anniversary edition? Basically a really good 3D printer. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's another 4-player co-op. Yeah, but should I get Space Marine 2, the 2-year anniversary edition?
Standard template construct, advanced supercomputer with the blueprints for building super advanced tech. The AdMech is always looking for them because they will not build anything without one.
Oh. Only if you like the cosmetics. There's 22 cosmetics packs? Holy schmoly. Okay, but what's the 2-year anniversary edition? I can't, it doesn't tell me what's in the 2-year anniversary edition. I can get the base game for like 20 bucks. I'm gonna add that to my cart. And then we go to, you just type in Warhammer 40k and you look at what's out there. The AdMech would sacrifice several planets for the instructions to build an air fryer. We watched them do that in one of the books, yeah. What the fuck is a Gladius? I just want the first Space Marine, please. Space Marine. Warhammer 40,000. They have a Space Marine demo? No, just give me the Master Crafted Edition? Anniversary Edition? I guess Anniversary Edition. That's 10 bucks right now. Add to cart. What's Bolt Gun?
Grab your chainsword and prepare for another adrenaline-pumping shootout, because your favorite Ultramarine is back! Introducing Bolt Gun! Forges of Corruption!
I've never played Doom. I don't know if I'd like Doom, but it's $9. I own a Doom game. Okay, okay, those are those two, and then Necromunda. Okay, Necromunda hired gun is only $6. Add to cart. I don't want to view my cart right now. I don't want to look at how much I'm spending on this. And then Underhive Wars is only like $2, but I don't know if I'd like it because you guys said it's XCOM like.
Warriors hacking at their enemies in close combat. Cosmetic customization goes just as far, with infinite variations. Don't forget to analyze the weaknesses in your opponent's gear to cause greater damage.
This seems like it would probably be really boring to play on stream. The typing game? No, it's okay. I'll just grab it. That kind of stuff just isn't really fun to play on stream. Warhammer Civ. Ah.
Wrap your
Oh, it's just a casual $45. That's really actually not that bad. Considering it's like 5 games. It's like it averages out to 9 games. Oh! Fallout New Vegas is only $1? I gotta buy that. I've never gotten to play that one. Oh, I could get all the DLC too. Yeah, we're gonna add that to my cart. For like $5. Yeah. I've never gotten to play it. That's like something I probably couldn't do a review on. It's so fucking old. I don't know. Do people watch reviews on really old games? I was just looking into the classic bundle. Also, hi Hunter, welcome in. You have a very similar name to a League player I'm currently watching play League. What did you misclick? You opened League? No, close League of Legends right now. Close it. Unless your next action is to go play ARAM, you better close it. Let's see, what else? I'm gonna have to cut this out. I'm gonna have to cut all of this out. Can you can't play Helldivers by yourself, can you? Or is it just sad if you do it? It just auto-opened rank? You can? You can? Is it sad if you do? Does it show that I have no bitches, I have no friends? What is Dying Light? What, how have I never, most of these games I've never heard of. How do I not know about any games ever? Oh. Yeah, but I'm scared that you guys are gonna convince me if I were to play Helldivers with you, you'd be like, no, May, it would be like, it'd be so cool, just get in a voice chat with us, and then I'd have to like deal with that. Oh, maybe I should get Dispatch. It's only like $6 off though. I don't actually like superheroes very much, but that like there's so many survival games, like open world survival crafting games right now. That feels like the big thing. And I'm a little burnt out on them, I'm not gonna lie. Play Helldivers 2 with us, the mod team. The problem is I like all you guys, so I would. You don't need voice chat. I wasn't saying we need voice chat. I don't want to have to. There's an amount of executive function that is required to do games with viewers that I don't know if I have. Well, they'd be listening to me talk. I hope. Like I've watched streamers who play games with their chat, and it just seems like it takes a certain type of executive function. I want to find this. Oh, let's see if some of the what are those called? The one with Agent 47. What's the name of those games? Hitman. Thank you. Let's see if any of those are on sale. They're on big sale. Let's go. Should I just let's see if they have a pack. Do they have a pack? I want to buy all the Hitman games. Can I buy all the Hitman games? Buy the Hitman collection for $3.60? Add to cart. Oh my god. Is World of Assassination good? Because that's the more expensive one. One last time, I'm gonna time out Possum. Okay. Okay, so there's 5 games included in this one, which is Hitman Codename 47, Hitman 2 Silent Assassin, Hitman Blood Money, Hitman Absolution, and Hitman Contracts. World of Assassin. Oh, so I would. It's 3 games. What do you mean? I can't spell assassination. That one's only $2.99. You can get the deluxe pack for $20, but I don't know what that includes. It's mostly negative.
47.
Shuh, lady. Shush. Okay, we gotta add this to our cart. It's $3. Wait, it's only part 1? How do I get part 2? Phoenix, thank you so much. 32 months. That's crazy, dude. Thank you. I'm over here trying to what is First Light? It's a James Bond game?
Bond is immature and reckless. He's a bad influence on the other recruits who inexplicably fall victim to his charm.
Look, I know where this is going. Do you mind telling me why I'm here?
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service.
You what?
I know all about your
I want to be James Bond.
I strongly believe that there is a need for
Comes out in May.
intuition in modern spycraft. That's the very reason I'm bringing back the double O's.
Need I state the obvious? He...
Oh, I want to be James Bond. I want to be James Bond. I love being a spy. Oh golly, I love being a spy. But you know what? I've never played an Assassin's Creed game. Well, I have played an Assassin's Creed game, but I played it for like 2 hours and I didn't really get what was going on. But I do have a tattoo from the Assassin's Creed franchise. What is this part 1 thing? I don't really know. Should I just buy it? I'll just buy it for $3, even if it's just part 1. I play Mass Effect. I like Mass Effect. What's the best Assassin's Creed game? I've already played Mass Effect. I love Mass Effect. It's one of my favorite games of all time.
Pancreas no work video.
We are. Oh, fuck, we are! I'm sorry, Pancreas. I'm sorry. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're gonna finish the video.
Of which I prefer, but the latter of which probably makes a bit more sense. Story 1. Towards the end of the Dark Age of technology, a ship named the Van Sar with an engineer on board named Van Sar set off from Earth looking for a bright, starry science fiction future. Instead, it got lost in the warp for 10,000 years and crash-landed on Necromunda. The survivors led by Van Sar crawled out of the Van Sar, salvaged what they could, including the STC, and eventually by virtue of owning a goddamn STC, became House Van Sar. I'll take a Van Sar meal, hold the Van Sar, extra Van Sar on the side, and a diet Van Sar, please. Story 2 is the same, except there were no survivors, and it was just a bunch of scavengers that found the mother of all jackpots and rose to greatness from it. Now, the STC they have was damaged in the crash, but it still works for making stuff. The issue is that it constantly leaks radiation to the point that it causes everyone to have to wear hazmat suits all the time in Van Sar to avoid immediate cancer on their everything. As the trade-off for this, I would just like to reiterate, they own an STC. It makes everything, and everything it makes is of immaculate quality. And while Van Sar probably doesn't understand completely what they have, lending some more credence to the lucky scavengers theory, they understand it well enough to make themselves the richest house by virtue of selling things no one else could even conceive of. In a setting as grimy and dirty as 40K, where even the most high-tech human stuff is usually covered in oil, rust, and God knows what else, these assholes are running around with 343 Halo Foreigner light brights all over themselves. Unlike almost everyone else in the Imperium that would get a hold of this kind of thing, though, they are absurdly careful with it, which explains why they haven't just taken.
You know what? This is a great point. Everybody in the 40K universe is so dirty. Like, everything is so... I think that's why it feels more fantasy than sci-fi to me at many points, because it's just so dirty. It's so grimy. It's not just grim, it's grimy. And I'm used to the idea of nice white lined hallways with sparkly stuff. They literally use plasma guns that have a chance of exploding. What I'm saying is that they're just so grimy and dirty. Yeah, the Tau seem like they're the version of science fiction I know and love.
Taken over Necromunda. They probably could, but they know they're committing outright tech heresy by hiding it from the AdMech and skirting the lines of tech heresy by pretending to invent things that were just printed out that are certainly not Imperial standard. Anything non-standard they sell is at a premium, and the people who buy it need to take care to hide it themselves because now they're flaunting Imperial decree. To maintain the secrecy, they used to move it around regularly in order to keep it hidden. Since it leaked radiation, they hid it in places like exhaust vents for the planet's core, where the constant heat would hide the radiation leaking as just more heat. And then one day they couldn't move it anymore, which led to them building a bunch of fake ones. This has the unfortunate side effect of absolutely indicating that Van Sar is something to hide, but the other option was to just leave it be and have only one big source of radiation leaking out. At least this way they can just lie and say they have a bunch of science experiments all over the place or something like that. Their secrecy has been breached before, but Necromunda is like a house of cards where the great houses are in constant balance with one another. With Van Sar, it's a case of either wanting to keep the wealth they generate from their productions flowing, or not wanting the AdMech to rip them all apart when they realize what Van Sar is hiding, so no one's pulled the rug out from under them quite yet. If all this secrecy and radiation sickness sounds like it's too much, let me just remind you for, what, the fourth time here? Standard, template, construct. The answer to the question, is this worth an STC, is yes. Full stop. They may need to keep themselves in secrecy, they may need to constantly wire up cybernetics and wear armor that doubles as a radiation suit to stay alive, but all of that is worth it because it's an endless supply of whatever they want. The STC in recent times even went into some sort of emergency mode, but rather than being a low battery warning, it started creating all sorts of crazy items never before seen. The need for secrecy is greater than ever before, but the potential profits, research benefits, and more have just gone that much higher. The funny thing is, a lot of Van Sar members don't even realize there's an STC, or why they constantly need to give themselves radiation poisoning. The higher up in the ranks, the more you know about it. Their version of Tech Priest, called Archaeotechs, don't have all the religious symbolism of the AdMech, which is either a nice breath of fresh air or absolute design-ruining heresy and stupid, depending on your tastes. The highest-ranking ones get to rub their grubby hands all over the STC and are consequently a lot more augmented because of all the radiation. It's a fun faction and probably my favorite, because my preferred backstory belief makes them a bunch of unlucky schmucks that got isekai'd into 40K from right before things got real shitty for humanity. Plus, it's a cool taste of the dark age of technology, and those are always fun to see. Those are the major great houses, but there's a few more factions to discuss. Not too deep into these, since the rest are fairly simple, but they're still fun and worth a mention. The first
Okay,
is the
I'm gonna
Ash
pause.
Race
I'm gonna
Nomads.
pause it again.
These
I'm
are-
sorry. I have a question. Who built the STCs? Thank you for the 75 stream streak, Blazing Phoenix. I don't know why I said your whole legal name, but I did. Thanks, Phoenix. Humans? Dark Age of Technology humans? So we used to be smarter. Do you think they were having a good time in the Dark Age? She was not in trouble. We used to be able to have super sci-fi, like being able to make black holes and fire them at people. The orcs wanted a peace treaty? Oh. So many demons? There were demons then? Oh. Yeah, but we could fight the demons. I just realized that, like, I have a hard time remembering the history of the actual human Earth, and then all the Warhammer 40k lore is just remembering a bunch of shit, and I'm gonna forget a lot of it. Oh, I'm sorry about that, dude. It's not that I don't care, it's just that it's literally an alternate freaking history of a giant universe and stuff, because I just went, the AI rebelled? And I was like, yeah, May, the AI rebelled, you just kind of forgot about that. I just, like, there's so much. Somebody the other day asked me when World War I started, and I was like, I know that it was when they shot that Archduke in, like, 1914, question mark? Yeah, it took me a second. I connected the dots. I was like, yeah. Oh, I got it right. You were playing it on hard mode and literally 3 months of this hobby still? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Franz Ferdinand? Was that his name or is that the band? It's like 20 people have been writing it for 40 years now. It's almost like that is crazy. It is both? That's his name? Oh, okay. I was like, I know there's a band called Franz Ferdinand. I was like, I think that's the Archduke's name, but I wasn't entirely sure. Archduke Franz Ferdinand. What a regal name. Can't believe they shot that guy. Alright.
The unluckiest sons of bitches on a hive world because they have to live outside of a hive. It really, really sucks out there, but they've adapted well enough, all things considered. They could be any number of things, since the ash wastes outside aren't as developed as all the crazy stuff in the hives. Some rumors say they're leftover remnants of the Irenaeus continuity, raiding Imperial shipping to this very day. Other versions are more standard nomads, doing what they must to survive.
I'm sorry. This is a really, like, we're about to get an ad, and I just don't want to forget that. You're gonna laugh at me. I forgot to order saltines last time I did a grocery run, and I need to put saltines on my list real quick or else I'm gonna forget about it, so just give me like 30 seconds. Saltines. Okay. Yeah, okay. That'll work. Okay, they're on my list, I'm sorry.
In either case, they ride cool bugs and have Fallout Raider armor. Homebrew however
That's
you
sick.
see fit, and draw from where you can to make the psycho-fueled army of your wasteland dreams. The corpse grinder cults are a very special breed of corn worship. See, in case you've missed the message, hive cities in the Imperium at large are quite grim. The mainstay of food they eat that isn't some sort of mutated animal is usually a recycled human being. In order to recycle it, some poor bastards have to work the assembly line that grinds people into powder. And for most people, collecting and eating your dead grandma as a protein bar is pretty fucked up. So some people snap. They join the corpse grinder cult, because if you're crazy, you might as well go all in on it. And if nothing else, fresh flesh tastes better than a chalky powdered bar of flesh. Now firmly in the arms of heresy, the various corpse grinder cults are always put down, but because of both overpopulation and the Imperium being the poster child of needless cruelty, they always pop back up. Word of advice, send a couple more ships of food every month so that the population stops eating itself. Maybe the crazy cannibals will stop showing up as much. The second to last group is the Ironhead Squat Prospectors. After the Horus Heresy and whatever the hell crawled out of those warp gates, hope you didn't forget about them, Necromunda was such a mess that the Imperium called in some leagues of Votan to clean up a bit. And some of them just didn't leave, because by God is Necromunda covered in garbage for them to turn into usable material. At some point they lost their Votan, which is lending credence to a third Vansar theory, which is that some of them just took the goddamn thing and ran off with it to create a noble house. Nowadays they've been there so long the average Necromundan doesn't even know their kin, instead seeing them as more wasteland abhumans. They live in one of 12 clans that sally out from giant fortresses to scavenge the wastes and bring back goodies. Some Necromundans are smart enough to know they're at least good for their word as long as you can meet their prices, so they get a lot of work that way. I'd not recommend trying to scam them out of a deal, though. Votan or not, they retain their grudges and higher than average tech, so you'll probably find yourself atomized if you try to go back on a deal you made with them. In general, their presence is...
Finrak, thank you so much for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you, dude. Thank you. That helps a lot with my partner plus point thing that I'm going for right now. Tier 1 subs are a point, and we're very close to it. So thank you. We also are an ad, so I'm going to take a break and go to the bathroom. I know we're very close to finishing this video. We will finish it when I get back with my peanut butter pretzels. So the PP grows. I'll see you in a minute. Please fish while I'm gone. All right, I'm back. Glass Animals is actually probably my favorite band. One of my like top 3 alongside like Mother Mother and Rainbow Kitten Surprise. Really big fan of them. All right, we're going to get back into this video. Also, I was thinking about it. One time someone commented on one of my videos with a timestamp and said, hey, the trailer watching starts here for those who don't want to listen to her yap. And I was like, brother, why are you watching the video, dude?
Is tolerated enough, and since they were the first round of the squats coming back, they still retain the name as part of their official branding. They're also the closest to the squats of old, both in design and with one of the special characters having the name Grendel Grendelson. Look to them if you want some higher-tech scavengers, or if, like me, you still dream of the American biker dwarfs of olden 40k and weep tears over what we've lost. Worth noting is that we also have more generic chaos cults as well as gene stealers in Necromunda, but again, who cares? I can find those assholes anywhere else in the setting. Give me something better. Something like the Palanite Enforcers. Police come in a lot of flavors in 40k. The Adeptus Arbites are of course Judge Dredd. 10% originality to 90 parts going, hey, isn't Judge Dredd cool? That's not a complaint, mind you, because they're right, Judge Dredd is cool. Other times it's the Inquisition, a wonderful mix of the Gestapo, the KGB, and the Illuminati. And sometimes you get the Palanite Enforcers, which are like if every single cloaker that ever knocked you on your ass in Payday 2 was combined into an army. It doesn't matter if you're resisting arrest or not, because you are getting difficulty tweaked. Palanite Enforcers are given a brutal training regimen until they can either take on the Underhive and come out on top, or they drop dead. As a result, they're just what I said earlier. Have you ever reached the point in a Payday 2 heist where you have to wonder why the hell the military is getting involved when surely it'd be cheaper to just let you rob the goddamn bank at that point? In these guys' case, it's because the idea of basic human dignity has been beaten out in favor of smacking anyone who so much as twitches out of line over the head with a law book. The safe word isn't police brutality, because the safe word does not exist, so if you want your opponent to go to the forums and cry like the little bitch they are, then run some Palanite. I should really play Payday 2 again. And that's a very basic rundown of Necromunda, its great houses, and some of the other standouts. Honestly, if you haven't at least briefly checked out some of the books, I'd highly recommend them. They're proof, if nothing else, that we don't need a constant barrage of Primarchs, galaxy-ending events, and whatever else is being shoved down your throat this day to create an interesting story. You just need some characters and the pile of garbage they call home. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the gangs to my Necromunda, the special sauce keeping this house of cards interesting. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care out there.
And there an after credits scene?
There's also Hired Gun if it slipped under your radar back when. It was a fun game. Not going to be as fun as Doom 2016, which it's certainly taken influence from, but let's be real with ourselves. The most mediocre of new Doom clones is better than 90% of other games.
Oh, this video is glitching out. Okay, chill out. We're not gonna watch this right now, but it just got pulled up. That was great. I really enjoyed watching Pancreas. He's great voice. Really good script writing. I was captivated. I think it only slightly suffers from the thing that all things related to Warhammer 40k Warhammer 40k do suffer from, which is that sometimes my eyes kind of gloss over when there's a lot of just words that I don't quite understand, but that's not his fault. That's just kind of the way that it is. So that was great. I really enjoyed it. Pancreas seems super cool. Good, funny stuff. Yeah, really fun to watch. And thank you, YouTube folks, for watching this VOD if you do, or this cut segment that I'll end up uploading. I may watch some more Pancreas stuff in the future. I know he does some fantasy things. So yeah, and I definitely should look into one of the Necromunda books. That sounds really good. I like smaller stories is what I've learned from reading the Horus Heresy. I really enjoy just following a main character who's having a time, doing something, yada yada yada. So anyway, see you goobers later. Bye! Okay, now that the YouTube VOD watchers aren't here anymore, we can go back to looking at the Steam sale. and put on some music. Get rid of the YouTube filth? Hi, Linton. Is this Warhammer? Yeah. Kind of. Was the heresy that bad? Like, is he asking, is what Horus did that bad? He made a lot of guys lose their hair. Okay, that's pretty bad. I do feel like I learned a lot about space today. I don't think I've ever played a Grand Theft Auto game. Your secret from today? Yeah. Oh, Chob, that actually is kind of like, why is Eisenhorn kind of... you know? We learned about magnetic fields. It was really fun. That was our secret for today. Mm.
47. What we feared most.
We were looking up Assassin's Creed. I'm actually gonna throw us to just chatting because I let Steam show me 18+ games, which means it sometimes shows me like big titty hentai house, you know? I can't show that. Okay, so I found a really amazing clothing debobbler. I believe you call them fabric pills? Yes. Dude, I have one of those. They are amazing. I have a pair of wool socks that I use them on. Oh my gosh. It goes from like the most pilled up thing and it goes It's so fun. Oh, I think everybody should have one of those. Okay, so I own Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Yours worked really well. That was great. Those are the two best games? Okay. What are some other good stealth games? Like, what I want is I want to spend the next 2 years or however long feeling the way that I feel when I pull out that silenced pistol and I shoot a guy from like 90 meters away. Dishonored. Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun. What a long-ass name, Luton. Shadow Tactics. It's $3. Wait, I already own one of those? Hold on. I already own Aiko's Choice. Oh no, that's not the experience I'm looking for. No, I want to shoot somebody. I already own it though, Luton. I'll play it one day. We gotta play through my whole Steam library before I can retire from streaming. Once I finish all the games in my Steam library, I have to retire. That's the terms. So. But what are the mechanics? I already have the Ico one. What is Daedalic Entertainment? What do they make? Barotrauma? Whoa. Oh wait, I was looking up Dishonored. I don't know if the person who does these does custom ones. Once Mae acquires all the Warhammers, she disappears. It's true, actually. Loken swoops down in with his big power pack, and he lifts me up, and he takes me off into the stars. Oh, Black Flag. Okay. Which Dishonored is the best one? It looks like there's Dishonored and Dishonored 2. Dishonored is currently $2.50. Also, Ash, thank you so much for gifting the Hitman World of Assassination to me. I want to play it so bad. Both are great. Okay. It's $2.50. I'm adding it to my cart. And then the other one's $5. I think I can handle paying $5 for Dishonored 2. Oh yeah. Someone said they thought I might be interested in the Sniper Elite games. I think that I have Sniper Elite 4 and 5 on my wish list now. Sniper Elite 4 is $5. Death of the Outsider DLC is super good as well. Yeah, Hitman games are already in the cart. Plus, Ash already gifted me one of them. Extraordinarily unsatisfying? That's interesting as a review. But that, I mean, like, it is about whether or not it's satisfying. For me, at least. Because when I watched the trailer for the Sniper Elite games, it didn't show very much snipering. You know? Because really, what I want is just to continuously shoot the silenced pistol in Cyberpunk 2077 until I myself turn into dust. Do you know what I mean? There is nothing more satisfying than watching a body fall after you pull that trigger. Oh no, Possum's back. Lieutenant the Possum, are you aware of how many times you've been timed out today? God damn it. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm glad, but people remember. People remember. Possum, you've been timed out. I think this is your 6th time being timed out today. They just play Dead and Return. Ooh. What about shooting Mustache Man in the balls? I got to kill Joanne Coke today. I got to kill freaking Joanne Coke today. Can you believe it? I shot Joanne Coke right in the head, and it was amazing. It was incredible. It was so good. Oh. Sniper Elite is more wait for the plane to pass so they don't hear you shoot a man's balls from 500 meters. Oh, that's kind of cool, though. You said the last time would be the final one? Did I? Mae shot someone just to see them die? What? Possum! You don't have to come back screaming every time. It's okay. Come here, Possum. I'll give you a pat on the head. I'll bow down and kiss the ring. If it'd make you happy. I don't know why that phrase in particular came into my head. Bow down and kiss the ring. Wait, okay, so we got Dishonored in the cart. I gotta take... World of Assassination Part 1 out. We've got the Hitman Collection, Fallout New Vegas Ultimate, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, Necromunda Underhive Wars, Hired Gun, Space Marine 1, and Space Marine 2. If I get out of the Steam Spring Sale for less than $100, it'll be a really great day. It's to the point where my app permanently says you have been timed out. That can't be true. You're typing right now. You're lying in my chat. I'm gonna have to time you out for lying in my chat. I'm sorry, Possum. I'm so sorry, but you gotta stop lying in my chat, dude. What is the damn from? Why are you guys saying damn? Here is yet another survival. Damn. It's survival crafting games are really out here doing their thing, aren't they? Oh yeah, and then there was Outer Worlds 2. I haven't heard anything about that game, funnily enough. I want to play the first one, and then I want to play the second one, and then I want to have some opinions on it. I'm so sorry. Giggles like she isn't sorry at all. I would never do that. I would never. We also probably may not game today. I may just look at games and then go, I want to play that game. Pixel Junk Shooter? Why do you have the 2 dashes after that? Do I have to look up Pixel Junk Shooter? What is this? What is this?
To help with the Steam sale.
Are ye? Why did you choose to donate the bad number? Thank you for the $67 donation there, Hardy. Thank you. You are all now allowed to type 67 in chat if that would make your little brains happy. What is the Eisenhorn title? It means that Eisenhorn's kind of hot. Because Stream Elements takes 10% and $10 is a game. My Stream Elements doesn't take 10%. Someone, wow. I can't believe someone has a 6-7 emote. May says he's a little auntie. He is. This is kind of cute, Luton. This is kind of adorable. Isn't there like a water physics game coming out? Like you're a slime made of water. You gotta stay hydrated. I kind of wish people would stop making open world survival crafting games, and I say that as like someone who plays that a lot. You know, like that's one of my favorite genres, and I need people to stop making those games. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is $6 right now. If you guys haven't played Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, you gotta get that. It's $6 freaking. I'm not looking for game recommendations unless it's a shooter. Unless it's literally a game like Cyberpunk. I don't want any recommendations right now. But I appreciate it. I did like the little game that Luton showed. That one looked cute. That's the one recommendation I let through. I could get unfair flips for $1.70. But I'd probably flip a coin and then end up going to somewhere else. Pathfinder Kingmaker. No, these are not really my type of games. Timberborn's on good sale, but they want me to join their creator collective thing. Have you played a game called Cyberpunk? Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I've heard great things about Timberborn, but I just don't have the time on stream to sync to it. To sink into it. What is Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii? When did this come out? How have I never heard of this? Yeah, I actually did look into the CA thing. I put in my name in the bucket. I know Luton has too. You know, I've never played Subnautica. I know a lot of people really like Subnautica. What's this whole Crimson Desert thing? I know a lot of people have been getting into that. Play it. It's good. Because I know, didn't they win? Wasn't there a whole thing about... The problem is I know the ending to Subnautica. I do know the ending because I watched Markiplier's playthrough of it. I've watched playthroughs of it many times, actually. Crimson Desert is related to Black Desert, the MMO. Oh. It's so complicated? Ooh.
It's time. To take back what was...
No, I'm sorry. I still gotta play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Bye, Dillo. Oh, wait, who's saying bye? Oh, your friends are kidnapping you for Costco pizza. Have a great time. I hope the pizza's good. The first 6 hours of the game is basically just various tutorials and micro mechanic systems. Interesting. I wonder how the story is. The problem is I'm like so behind on games and I'm like, I want to be a game reviewer, but I'm reviewing games from like 6 years ago. You know? I gotta get on the games that are coming out right now. And I'm like, what's gonna be like game of the year for this year? You know, I don't even know what game was game of the year for last year. You know? I don't want to play Resident Evil Requiem. They are expensive, but I feel like I can buy like 1 or 2 of them, you know? I just have to like find ones that appeal to me. Like I wouldn't buy Silent Hill F or Requiem. Oh yeah, I still need to play Expedition 33. See, I'm like so behind on it. STS2? What is that? Death Stranding 2? I gotta finish Death Stranding though. Here's what we gotta do. We gotta finish all the games. We gotta finish all Slay the Spire 2. Oh yeah, I've already played it. But there's no, well, there is a story in Slay the Spire 2, but it's not really something that I'd cover. May, I'm gonna make a shepherd's pie and I'm trying to figure out the potatoes. I'm gonna push them through a ricer. Do I push them through a sieve to make them even smoother? My mama doesn't do that. She just mashes them with a fork. Well, actually, no. I'm a liar. She puts them in her KitchenAid. Oh no. Possum was actually timed out. Possum sent me a seal gif. You know, for somebody whose name is Possum, that guy sure loves a seal gif. Oh, okay. Justin, is there anything that prompted that comment? It seems out of the blue to me. I don't know. I feel overwhelmed by games. But the problem is that a lot of games right now are sequels and I gotta play the first one. You know what I mean? Also, is Red Dead Redemption 1 as good as Red Dead Redemption 2? Or, like, what's the deal with that? Neat story from what you hear. It. Okay. It. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a better one. Because, like, I'd like to play Outer Worlds 2 and explore its story, but I also know some interesting things about Outer Worlds 1. Oh, God. The thing is, I'm learning that if I like a game, I will sink so many hours into it. Because right now, I just want to play Cyberpunk. Oh, that's good to know. I do need shorter games, but the problem is, like, people don't make shorter games very much. I already have the DLC, yeah. I do. I'm scared that if I don't write reviews about games that are new, people won't watch them. You know what I mean? Because I want to write reviews about games that I like, but I haven't played lots of new games. I'm still catching up on lots of old games because I spent a long time not playing video games. I do want to play Dispatch. That's true. It's only $23 right now. And I'm blind on it. I didn't watch a single thing about it. We'll add that to the cart. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I'm playing a lot of popular games, but they were popular 5 to 10 years ago, you know? Well, the thing about that, Repulsive, is that they're not retrospective. Well, are they? Ooh. I guess, yeah, they are retrospective, but when I think of a retrospective, it's usually someone who played it before and is playing it later. Is Dispatch is Twilight for nerdy men? I guess, like, I think that people would watch a Cyberpunk review, but that's because Cyberpunk has such an intense community. And, like, I do want to do a full retrospective on the Borderlands franchise, which is something that's going to take me a very long time, but I hope to release before the end of the year. Where I go over every single Borderlands game and release them as a set of videos. It's absolutely Twilight-esque. Well, that's great because I recently reread Twilight and rewatched all the movies, except for the last one. I'd probably be doing Borderlands offline, largely just because I love Borderlands and I get a little too focused on it, and I know that. I love Inscription. Inscription's very good. I absolutely fire hose that game. That's the thing, is I feel like other people have a view, have like an angle, whereas my angle is just, I just really liked this game, you know? Inscription is what got you into Magic the Gathering? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy work for a game that has nothing to do with Magic the Gathering. Should I buy the Batman game? It's $9. It was a Game of the Year edition? That's crazy. Did you guys know I've never even seen a Batman movie? I don't know anything about Batman. Except he doesn't kill people. I do know that. I don't know. I've seen all the Marvel movies, although out of order. I think it's actually better if you just watch them out of order. I think it's more fun. Actually, did I watch them out of order or did I watch them in order? No, I went through them in order mostly. But kind of out of order. But I don't remember what happened in most of them. I didn't really care. I was just having a good time. I told him no and then played anyway. That's funny. Okay. Oh, I'm overwhelmed by the number of games. But the thing is, like, I'm excited to play them. Okay. I have $87 worth of games. And thanks to Hari, I only have to pay like 20 of that. How do I keep my tail so fluffy? I just don't brush it very much. I shouldn't admit that online, but I don't brush my tail very much, you know? It just kind of does that. I've got some cowlicks on my tail that are a bit to deal with, you know? Makes it like really poof. Also, I think we may do a shorter stream today. I'll be honest, I just want to go play Cyberpunk. And reacts tend to take like a lot of energy, so. Yeah. The thing is, like, I've been very tired recently because I've been going to the gym so much, so I haven't really, like, wanted... Also, I get sad because I spend all day sitting at the computer, and then at the end of the day, I don't want to sit, like, at the computer again to do my Warhammer painting, and that makes me sad. Because, like, I want to, like, lay in my bed and watch my videos, but... I would be down to play Cyberpunk on stream, yeah. I probably won't talk all that much, but I'll do my best to be a streamer. You know, I'll do my best to stream the game. We could do that. I was gonna play Power World today, but I didn't really feel like it, and I think since I am a Pocket Pair creator, I should play it when I feel like it. I think it's important to do games justice. And if I want to play another game, I should play that other game just because I probably won't do it justice. What if you moved your VTuber? It's not the VTuber setup. Well, I guess, yeah, it kind of is. But for me, it's more like, I don't know, it's just the sitting all day that kind of stinks. I do have a... I'm not really sure what that would say, I guess, would be my thought. I have played 64 hours of this game. I need us not to judge me about that. Can we all... Is this a safe space for me to have played 64 hours of Cyberpunk after discovering it 2 weeks ago? Is this a safe space? Can we be nice about that? Only 64 minutes? Yeah. 64 hours. I unlocked like 3 of the dudes. Well, I unlocked 2 of the dudes in Slay the Spire 2, and I liked them. They're rookie numbers, but not for getting it 2 weeks ago. I have a tendency to pour, like... If I didn't stream, and if I was unemployed, I would be playing it more. That of course tracks. If I had a regular job, I'd still be playing it more. It's only like 4.5 hours a day. Yeah, because I guess I did take some days off to play other games. I'm just doing gigs right now. That's what I was doing. But we could do some story quests. Oh, I was gonna ask. I don't really understand how the story quests work. Can someone explain that to me? It seems like there are 2 to 3 paths I can take, and the main thing that I'd like to understand is, am I choosing which path to go down, or can I do all of them? You're right, I do need to play it 25 hours a day. You have to do all of them. Okay, I was just like worried that I was going to miss out on something if I chose to do one thing just because I was kind of blindly following it. I hit F. I'm hitting F? Hello? That was weird.
I see you were able to find the lockbreaker. Splendid work. Keep it up. Closing the contract.
Okay, so here's what I'm asking about. So like it wants me to go meet with Pan Am, right? But it also wants me to meet with Takamura. And then it wants me to call Mr. Hands. These seem like 3 angles to the main story. There's the Voodoo Boys doing something or another. Pan Am, who I guess is some... I've now forgotten most of the story, and largely because there's like 3 threads. Welcome on in. You will do them all. Okay, I also got confused because I finally looked up here. I had never seen this before. Like, this shows up, but I had never, like, gone and clicked on it, right? And there's, like, initial symptoms, breaking the ice, and rising star. And I was like, are these 3 paths that I take? That was a little confusing to me. So, still learning that. As if you're talking body. You did? Well, I am now 64 hours into it. It says, okay, it actually says that I'm less hours into it, and I'm not really sure why. It's like, it's, okay, Steam says 61 hours. This one says 51. I guess I must leave it up sometimes. Ah, okay. Ah, but it doesn't count times paused in menus. Okay. I spend a... Oh, I'm right next to Takamura. Well, let's just do the Takamura one. You were trying to find Anders Hellman, the Arasaka engineer who made the relic. You went to see Rogue because she's the top dog fixer. She pointed you towards Pan Am because you need a nomad with the knowledge of the terrain to plan a kidnapping. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Huthor. That's who Pan Am is. Takamura... is trying to get me to hang out with Hanako. And then the Voodoo Boys, thank you for following, Zeloid. The Voodoo Boys are... Oh, we did something big with the Voodoo Boys. I remember that. Oh god, why is my memory so bad? Thank you. The Voodoo Boy. I'm gonna need to make a big chart of all this. welcome on in, Leon. That's a lot of follows very quickly. As your beloved mod, can I make a tiny request? Yeah. Hi, Core, welcome in. I'm waiting for the request. Ah. Okay. Thank you, Huthor, for giving me the information. I had just kind of forgotten all that. I don't have the best memory, and I got a lot of things in my head. I'm also 69 meters from Takamura, which is great. There's a side quest that you'll have pop up sometime after a storyline has been passed. It's called Sinner Man. If you get it in your offline play, can you wait to do it online? I will do my very best to remember that. I will do my very best to remember that. Sinner Man. Like the song sung by Tom Ellis in Lucifer. And also the name of one of the antagonists in Lucifer. Hanako's his sister? Oh, right. Hanako is Yorinobu's sister. I was like, the way that was worded made me think it was Takamura's. I am very acoustic, yes. Yes. Very acoustic. Yes. Who's been saying that? Me? Also, very exciting. We hit 8K on YouTube. I didn't mention that. I forgot to mention that. But we did. It was very exciting. I had a little celebration dance that was like boop 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 8K boop 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 boop. It's cool to hit little milestones like that because it makes me want to work harder and put out more videos. Thank you.
You seem rather lost.
It's you again!
Too many agents of chaos, overwhelmed by discontent.
You again?
Did you enjoy our first meditation?
Yeah, it was great.
Felt good as new after.
We looked at some trees. We're gonna look at some trees again.
Deep contemplation must be regular in order to yield results. One drop of rain shall not quench your thirst.
I am very thirsty. This has been
Would you like to try again?
How much for another one?
That is for you to decide.
I love giving people money. I keep giving Co-Carnage so much money.
Good. I will watch over you during the meditation.
But I do have $1 million and all of my Chrome slots are filled. So we have completed the joke of me being completely chromed out with $1 million.
Of the water element. We are in the forest. Before us is a waterfall. Spirit of water, I send you greetings. 80% of our flesh and blood is made of you. Oh, what a mystery you are. Spirit of water. One moment you are liquid, the next you are ice, another you are snow, vapor, and fog. One minute you heal, the next you drown. Wash me of sickness, pain, the impurity of my body and soul, the negative energy of negative people, worlds, and dimensions.
hard not to wiggle.
Joy, happiness, and lasting inner peace. We draw the spirit of water into ourselves. Together, we are one body. We are water. We are the ones who flow over the waterfall's edge.
It's so hard to sit still. What do you mean?
We thank you, spirit of water, with our mind, body, and soul. There is no life without you.
Otters.
We honor the beauty hidden within you and the other elements.
That was great. Thank you, Mythos.
Gone. Just like the last time.
Look, I have $1 million. Oh, you guys can't see. I gotta show off my $1 million to you. I didn't get an achievement. I really thought that I would get an achievement for having $1 million, but I didn't. And that made me sad because I did so much work. Okay, there we go. $1 million right here. 1 million buckaroos. Look at that. Look at that. I'm all chromed out. That's chump change, Choom. I have at least $1 million worth of chrome in me, buddy, and I own 5 apartments. The $1 million is just what happens to be in my bank account, honey. Net worth is stuff you can't even fathom and see. You know what I mean? That's Choom change, Choom. No. I'm so rich, you can't understand. I got here through hard work and the slaughter of many, many bad people. I think most of them were bad. Actually, not entirely sure. Is it time to plot in the thick? No. Have you got yourself some nice apartments? I have 5 apartments. They're all, like, at least 3 of them are pretty nice. Somebody said, well, Sigmund said that there are some things that get locked behind quests, so I should finish my other stuff first. And honestly, these gigs have been really great and super fun. Oh. Because I got to kill Joanne Coke earlier, and that was great. The whole time I was doing the NCPD stuff, I kept being like, man, I really hope I get to kill this Joanne lady. She sucks. And then I did! How great is that? They let me kill her. I stormed that hotel, and I did it pretty stealthily, and then she found out, and she went and she hid in the security room, and then I shot her in the head.
Wakako sent me.
Ah, so you are my knight in shining armor. My name is Sergei.
V.
Oh, well, call me S then. I have little present for Tigger Claws sitting in garage.
Sure.
All right, then fling me the coordinates.
Just a moment. I opened door to garage. It opened from inside too, just in case.
Present's the car.
It's a bit more than ordinary car, but in nutshell, yes. Just drive it there and they take care of the rest. And don't mess this up, huh? I count on you.
You got a little aggressive there at the end. I don't know if I liked his tone. Oh, hey, a scab. Did you mean a sloth? Oh, he's a scab. Go faster. These people drive like grandmas. I haven't done any street races. I was actually saving that for stream so you guys could see how bad I am at driving. I mean, you already know.
Is anyone out there?
Yeah, there. This is copyright free, from what I understand. Stop screaming, dude.
Let me out!
I should probably look inside the trunk.
Help! Is anyone out there?
Wait, just in case it fucks up the quest. Because I also want to do the quest real good. I feel like we'll learn what's inside the trunk. You know what I mean? Hi, Embla! Hello! Hello, Raiders! Hi! Hello, hello! Let me turn this off. Hello, Raiders! My name is Gremlin Mae. I'm a variety VTuber, and I play whatever makes my audience go burn! Today, that's Cyberpunk 2077. We're currently doing a quest. Did you guys have a good time playing Phasmophobia?
Bring it around back.
Love Cyberpunk.
Got something for us?
Yeah.
Sergei sends his regards.
Fucking clown. Run over to Shu and tell him a package is here.
So, that's it. Sergei's off the hook now?
None your biz. You're not needed here anymore.
So they could have chosen to kill me. Interesting. Because I'm the middleman.
I see you do not ask unnecessary questions, V. You simply
I'm having a great
do
time,
what
thank
is
you.
asked of you. I admire such an approach, and I know how to compensate it. Contract closed.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't look in there. Because she got mad at me last time we did a gig. Also, if you need to raid and run Embla, I totally understand. Same for you, Raiders. You are not obligated to stay around, but we'd love to have you. Also, we do have ads coming up in a minute, and I'm going to take a quick break, go to the restroom, and stretch, and you guys should wiggle your little toesies, too. Huh, so that's how that quest is supposed to go normally? Yeah, you go drop off the package like you were asked. That's what good mercs do. B, my dear, the hard work you have invested with me has multiplied your returns. People utter your name with respect. This is an honor, but also a responsibility. Remember that well. I have new contracts from highly placed clients that do not tolerate forgetfulness.
Listen to that guy. How'd you rate his chops?
To my untrained ear, sounds alright, I guess. Easy listening, at least.
Know why? Technique's second rate. But the feeling? That's what counts. Guy's hurting. Got something he can't take. And it shows. Could stand a little more stage presence. Fingering's all wrong. Loses the tempo more than he keeps it, but not bad.
Really know how to give a guy a compliment. That how you got your start? Street busker with big dreams.
Don't make me laugh. No time for playing my way to the top. Was too busy shaking the world awake.
Being at the top can be worth it. Wanna shake the world, you know? World's gotta feel you first.
And you pay for it. You spend your lyrics laying waste to the big record corps. Who's gonna sign you then? But give up your ideals, and no amount of eddies can buy them back.
All right, princess. At least you played some gigs. Saw those memories of yours.
True. Played where we could. Parks, old factories, underground clubs. Had an audience from the start. Some recorded our stuff, didn't even know who we were.
Ooh, mean to say I could get my hands on some old samurai bootlegs? I'm gonna find those tapes. I'm gonna shriek like a little fangirl anytime you open your mouth. Happy?
Just you fucking try.
Jokes aside, you think those tapes still exist after all these years?
You know, Rainbow Cadenza's not far from here. Club we played till the band fell apart.
All right, I'm gonna pause because we have ads. Hi, hello, hello. How are you doing, Zeron? Good to see you. So I'm gonna take a quick break and go to the bathroom. I'm only, you probably just got hit by ads. I'll talk about it after ads. Okay. Gonna go to the bathroom. See you guys in just a minute. Love Arctic monkeys. I'm back. Okay, to answer the question about did I start Eisenhorn and how do I feel about it? I'm only a chapter in. I go pee. I drink a lot of water. Why'd I answer that question? I should have just ignored it. Shit. Fuck. Anyway, Eisenhorn. Good book so far. Only a chapter in. I forgot what the first chapter was about. I'll have to refresh my memory. But excited to read more.
Great spot. Place for people with their heads on straight. Maybe they'll know something.
Okay. We're gonna save the game. New save. We're gonna exit to the main menu. Confirm. I'm gonna change Johnny back because I do kind of miss the weird little bulletproof vest that he wears. Now this one is very much more rocker version. I like both, you know? It's not creepy if it's a meme, right? Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Okay.
Howdy, howdy, Night City. Well,
Howdy, howdy, Night City.
tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokoski, spokeswoman for the NCPD.
I think I'm still a little hungry. Maybe I'm just excited to eat my burrito for tonight. Sigmund, didn't you just do this quest too?
Did you see the game last
Johnny? Pretty sure they turned your great spot into a slurp shop.
Mindless fucking consumerism wins the day again.
Point for the other team. Huh.
Huh.
I
This
did
is why
talk
you
about
don't bring
Eisenhorn.
back fallen warriors.
But it was just to say I've only read a chapter.
Sooner or later, they're gonna see everything they fought for is turned to shit.
Know anything about bootlegs from the Rainbow Cadenza days? Like, say, dunno, samurai stuff?
I did. I talked about why just a second ago.
Samurai.
I like both of them.
Oh,
I just wanted
that
to look at
ugly
the other
red
one.
face on black? Yeah, even I know that one. Old guy comes by here sometimes wearing their shirt. Spends the whole time yakking with his psychofan friends.
Wouldn't happen to know where I could find him?
It's okay.
You can find him living back in the 2020s. But besides that, he's out there at the market.
Does his shop in there? That was really hard.
What's he selling?
Organic strawberries and cream. What do you think? He sells ancient dusty tapes of ancient dusty indie bands. No one's heard of a single one of them.
Preem. Thanks.
They're like, dang, this girl's crazy. I see. I'm very sporadic.
Heard I can get some decent tunes here.
What you mean by decent? We got Cartesian duelists, Uridine stuff, Tainted Overlord.
Any samurai?
Kid, you even gotta ask? Never fade away. Dancing with my axe, chipping in, you name it, we got it. Silverhand was the one true messiah of rock. I'd hand them records out like candy if I could. But a guy's gotta eat.
See, I found Silverhand's biggest fan.
And proud of
Donnie.
it. Today's bitty box rockers can't even touch him. Silverhand had something they couldn't even dream of.
Silverhand?
He had that fire, kid. Fire! Guy shook the foundations of the corporal world. He died for his ideals.
Doesn't matter, he was also kind of a terrorist.
Blaze way down the rebel path.
Now looking for the real deal. Like, say, bootlegs from Samurai's first gigs?
Fuck. First, you have got no idea what you're asking for. Not if you're so chilled about it. Don't know how you found out about them bootlegs, but forget it. Not gonna give them to the first gonk off the street.
Ain't a poser. Know everything there is to know about Silverhand.
Go on. Impress me.
Know what he told Carrie the last time they met. Fuck this band. Not your crowd, not your noise. Do your own thing.
Yeah, sure. I could think up a million conversations they had. There were no witnesses.
Would the first gonk off the street know what they tell new Arasaka suits? They say, if a collar in training doesn't make deadline, the ghost of a man split in two will get him. Of course, nobody remembers the ghost is Johnny.
He's wearing a fanny pack!
I'm impressed. Getting someone from Saka to tell you that. I'm not joking.
You're
Yeah, I got
really a
someone from
silver
Sokka to
hand.
tell me that.
When the other kids were learning chrome crayons, I already had chipping in down by heart.
Well said, kid. Getting a little misty-eyed.
Now, why would Johnny
You're
be
all
split in
right.
two? I'd like to split him
Hey,
in two.
anyways, gotta educate the youth. Maybe you'll find
Thank you for
something
that
special
slam
under the
dunk
table.
setup. Thank you.
Go on, have at it.
Oh, damn. Worth a small fortune. Incredible. I want the full samurai set, dude. Give me everything. Samurai. I'm becoming Johnny's biggest fan. I'm also gonna sell this guy all my junk. Confirm. Incredible. Ugh. Damn.
Much appreciated.
Take it. Spread the good silver hand word. Death to corpos.
Fuck corpo shit. Isn't that what the shirt says? Oh, talk to Johnny. Where's Johnny? Wait, I'm sorry, Johnny. Where'd you go? There you are.
You know, they
Damn.
say time is the best teacher. Used to think
I missed
that was
his
true.
arms.
But look at that guy. 60 at least, but still living in 2020.
Guy's your biggest fan. Not happy to meet him?
Blew Sokka Tower to smithereens, and it's still standing there. Just
Burn
the same.
corpo shit. That's it.
Don't want people getting stuck in a rut. Stuck in the
gal.
past. Want them to change. Them and the world.
Been 60 years. Something must have changed.
Know what changed? The damn facade. Fresh interface plugs, new high fructose scop syrup, and fun fruity flavors. A new face of Arasaka, same old shit. Different packaging.
Something's changing. Maybe we can't see it, but there's change all the same.
Sure. Now almost nobody remembers when a person wasn't just a meat bag full of secondhand implants.
You say that as a guy with a silver hand, dude. I was also literally just thinking how the silver hand is actually part of what makes him hot. Cyborg shit's just kind of hot. It's kind of cool. His arm was made by Arasaka? Wow. Wonder how he feels about that. He probably hates it. Well, that was the hand that blew up Arasaka, I bet. You know? There's gotta be some, like, level of, you know, fuck these guys with that. He stole it. Oh.
What the hell's got you so?
Wait, I need to go to a clothing store. There is a clothing store here, okay. Wait, was that guy the clothing store? Oh, he was. Will he let me change my look? No, he won't. That's a bummer. Oh. You have the old tabletop books? That's pretty fun. I want to read those. I think it'd be really fun. Okay, there's some clothing there. Are any of you guys painting anything? I need to get back to painting. I should do that. Maybe I should do that tomorrow night. Just set aside a few hours to paint. I just got a lot to do. Painting's one of the things that I gotta do, but... You're peeling a carrot? Whoa. Yee. I knew some of you guys were painting. It makes me happy that I can be your little background noise. What's this shop?
Where are you from?
Nunya. Alright, we got our 6th outfit. It's gonna be Samurai Fangirl. Were those the ones that I bought? Those look really cool, but I think those are more samurai. I did get this Corpo shirt, which I don't know why it's so shiny. Okay, let's see. Oh, and I got this dress. I kind of like that one. This is probably my favorite one, though. It's kind of weird how it pouches out like that, but it's... I wish you could search the clothing. Is that the one that I bought? Good. You're working on your wolf scouts for your space wolves? Ooh, silver aviators? Yeah. Okay, don't leaf over them. We got this one, the Samurai 2020 Tour t-shirt. Vintage Samurai Strong Weave t-shirt. And I think I got a long sleeve one as well. Yeah, the turtleneck. And then I got some pants. Was it, oh, like that with the samurai shirt? Those aren't the same color, that's not right. Definitely not those. Aha! They were cargo pants. And then I want the samurai t-shirt. This is very important, by the way. Do I want that t-shirt or this t-shirt? I think the first t-shirt. I like that one. And then I got some kind of jacket, but I don't know what it is. Made as merch to advertise Carrie Uridine's solo album. Oh, okay, okay. That was not samurai merch. I have heard you hate Erebus. Reading his book will explain a lot about him. He's literally the most unfun man ever created. I don't think I want to understand him. The dude hates fun. He seems to hate everybody else. Oh, do you guys like these shoes? Look at those shoes. Don't I look really punk rock in those shoes? Does samurai merch fundamentally go against Johnny Silverhand's philosophy? Oh, no, spaghetti. Careful, you're entering into the, I see you critique capitalism, and yet you participate in the system that you critique. He had a girlfriend? Oh, no. Of course he had a girlfriend. He fucks. I feel like if I wore these boots into Victor's clinic and was like, Victor, do you like my boots? He'd be like, they look good, kid. And then he'd pat me on the head like I'm a kindergartner who came in and she dressed herself. No, Johnny would say those shoes are poser shit. I do like that. I mean, I'm literally poser shit. That's I'm bringing big poser energy right now, but you know, ain't that just the way? We wear the bitch vest with it. I kind of like the camo shoulder straps. I think those are fun. They don't block the shirt. This was the shirt that we got. Oh! It is a samurai shirt though. Oh! But then you can't see my samurai thing underneath. Hmm. I like this shirt. I would wear it in real life, but... Oh, plasma. Oh my goodness. Red rain booties for yellow. Psh. I once had a complete stranger come over to me while I was on a date as I was clearly the most punk person in the pub to ask whether burning original Sex Pistols stuff is punk or anti-punk. What was your answer, Ash? What was your answer? I'm genuinely dying to know. I think no jacket. I think we go with the camo vest. I think this is the look. I don't know how I feel about the hat. I think I look better without the hat. I think this is more punk rock. Do I look punk rock? Holy shit, that was so goofy. My verdict was that it was punk because adherence to any authority, even the Sex Pistols themselves, was not in line with punk ideology. Whoa. I could wear the punk bandana headband, but I think they mean punk as in like punk kid. Alright, I think I look pretty sick. I'm Johnny's #1 fan in this. We're gonna wear it. This is what we look like. I think we're looking very sick. I am not a punk, I am a goth, but it was close enough for the random punter. Well, at least you were able to like give them a vague, you know, an answer on it. That was nice of you to even answer. Honestly, I feel like I would have said, I don't know, dude. Ask the internet or something. I don't know enough about punk ideology, so... Oh! We gotta go... This one's about a motorcycle. I got invited to go tour a facility to get a motorcycle, and I'm sure that this isn't some kind of trap. I should have told him that asking me instead of forming his own opinion on it was in itself not punk. Well, I would argue that asking others to hear their opinion so you can then form your own opinion, very punk. But also, I think trying to nail down any sort of ideology for punk itself may in and of itself be anti-punk. But once again, I don't really know that much about punk philosophy. But I sure as heck know how to get hit by a car, dude. I'm so good at getting hit by cars. It's crazy how good I am at getting hit by cars. I am like, if there was an award for getting hit by freaking cars in this game, I would be winning it. They'd be handing me so many trophies. Yeah, but not all punks are anarchists, and not all anarchists are punks. That's definitely for sure. I don't know. I really have never learned much about it. It seems like something I might like, you know. Can I go in here? Is this a no-go zone? Seems like it wants me to go in here. I'm a pro at getting hit by cars, especially my own. Really? You can get hit by your own car in this game? Oh, dude. I'm jacking in. I think it's because they won't let me go in there with my real body. They make you, like, travel around, but also my body seems really vulnerable out here. Whoa, I'm a robot! Dude, I could fuck a lot of shit up as a robot. You can see your little connection in the bottom corner, that's cool. Whoa! Place a custom order for a Yaiba Muramasa. Okay. How many buckaroonies do you think that's gonna set me back? I think at least 100,000. Maybe closer to 5. You talked about how cyborg stuff was hot, so when you said I could fuck a lot of shit. Okay, okay. Experience speed like never before. Brought to you by the first ever partnership between Yaiba and Kiroshi. The ASM R250 Muramasa can't be bought by just anyone. It must be earned. If you've shown us you're ready, you're invited to join one of the most exclusive fraternities in Night City. Connect with Kiroshi's robots at Kiroshi's NC campus to gain entry to Yaiba's exclusive floor room. Kiroshi brand optical implants are required to pilot the robot proxies at our showroom event. Only a select few are worthy of the Muramasa are you. I am genuinely surprised Johnny has not showed up to be like, what are you doing here, kid? Oh no, this is one of those places where it's so rich they don't even tell you how much it costs. Oh shit, I'm punching way above my weight class here. Yeah. Well, that's not bad. Branding? No. I will take a back rest, though. My earbuds just died. Well, one of them did. Do you actually care what it costs at this point? No. But that just goes to show how much I've become that which I hate. Okay. So this is supposed to be uniquely designed by me, but they only give me like 4 choices of what I want. That's crazy. I like it with the backrest. The problem is the branding actually kind of looks cool, but okay, let's do it. Okay. Once a corpo, always a corpo? How dare you? This kind of looks so sick, dude. They're gonna have to deliver it to the shitty garage at the mega building H11 or whatever it's called. Oh, it's a newer one. Okay, time to put my body back into my body. Wait, what if Johnny took over my body? What if I'm in the back seat now? Was that it? Congratulations, you are now the proud owner of the exclusive Yaiba ASM R250 Muramasa. Our manufacturing team has received your order and production is already underway. We will ship and deliver your order within the next business day. You will receive a notification when your Muramasa arrives with express priority from Japan and is ready for pickup in Night City. Yaiba, riding the cutting edge. Too little just happened there. Do you know what I mean? Too little. keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. Or just for the first shoe to drop in the first place. Is this tree electronic? Are you telling me they electronicked that tree? Yeah, they really have. Why do I look like that when I run? Look goofy. They probably have a bench I can sit on. Let's sit on a bench. Can I bench it out? Okay, looks like not all benches can be sat upon. I'm learning a lot. I guess we just go do other stuff. Okay. No, I'm not gonna go meet with Pan Am. Gonna go sabotage someone. That is must be a Traumatine drop? Oh, well they're gone. Okay, bye-bye. Adios. See you later. We're gonna listen to Ritual. Excuse me? You're just you're... It is really interesting that they say that, like, she's here, somewhere. Like, they always know it's me. You're gonna show up going that direction, yeah, you are. Oh, hey, buddy. I don't actually, that's not the car that I want. I want my favorite card. Give me my favorite card, please. Why are you all the way over there, though, dude? Come on. I'm in my samurai fit next to my samurai car. We gotta take a picture of this. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta stand here and go in. Oh, look at me! Why do I look like I'm going to my first day of kindergarten? What is it? Why am I standing like I've got my little backpack on? I guess it's more like first day of high school. Wow. Natural. That's what we want. We want me to look natural. Pose, bring it. Strike a pose. Gasp. Mad as hell. Felt cute, might delete later. Sly seduction? I can fix that? Never tell? Oh, that one's good. Punk fiction! Cyber psychonetic. It looks kind of like I'm sitting. Semi-Slav. Hello, gorgeous. Point blank. Slav thinker, blinded by greatness. That one, I think that's actually pretty good. Can I get Johnny in here? I'm not gonna look at any of the others. Johnny, move. Can I move him? Oh, oh. Oh, not action. Charm. No. We gotta go to charm. Category natural. Devil's advocate. Wait, we could both do Slav thinker. Oh. Oh. Dude, the camera mode on this is the greatest thing that exists in this game. Okay. I want to go down. Move the camera down, please. Okay, that kind of worked. He does look really enthused to be there. It's because we're giggling. We're having a good time. Oh! That was so funny. We gotta do the same pose at the camera. Oh, why is that acting so weird? It's like I grab it and then it gets really mad. Okay. No, this is good. This is really good. We're doing our little Slav thinker. Oh! Oh, this is so good. Oh, okay. Oh, God, his facial expression's so funny. I'm sorry, we are gonna be here for a minute and I really apologize, but also I'm not sorry at all. What is this post called? Judge my mugshot. Yeah. Okay, and then we're gonna have them both look at the camera. Oh, God. Okay, and then my facial expression should also be boredom. I cannot tell you the amount of joy this photo brings me. This is so good. Oh my God. Oh, this is the greatest game ever created. Oh. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Wait, we gotta get some filters on it though. Don't forget your nuke, honey. Just a kiss of a vignette. Oh, we look so cool! What? Dude, this is the cover for our album. Okay, I'm done. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. I only just now saw your your comment, guardsman. I'm sure there's a chance I'd like the Erebus books, but there's also. But what if you did more screenshots? Wouldn't that be hilarious? I bet there's an explicit content warning sticker. Oh, I should have done the like fuck off thing. Rats. Wake the fuck up, samurai. We got a city to burn.
Wake the flip up, P. Wincess. We have a city to burn.
Hey, V. Got a serious geek, which means I'll be needing a serious merc.
That's
Want
me.
you to hop to 6th Street Turf and graft a virus onto their tech. Counting on you, Chen.
Ain't the America
Oh, and one last thing. There's this techie, Lucius Thorin. I wouldn't mind if he got a piece of lead to the skull. Dig? Good. Specs attached.
Okay, so he's optional. Got it. Check my map. Is there anything in particular you'd like to see? This is actually Lucius the Eternal. Ah. But I was wrong. Oh my god, it shows my ammo next to that. I am almost out of pistol ammo. That's new. Never had that happen.
When was the last time I fucked anything up, huh?
What is... Oh, that's a person. Sniper. Get sniped, idiot.
Come on, don't drag this out.
Snipper. Loot. Snipper rifle. I love my snipper rifle, but it's a little loud. So I just had to get real good with this.
Like I'm oversensitive or something.
That's gotta be his head, like... Or is that his head? I think that's his head. Oh! Sorry. Sorry. I got so excited. Whomst identified the body? Oh, I bet someone inside. Or that camera. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I was doing so good too. He'll unaggro eventually.
Look, no hard feelings. Come
She's
on
in
out.
Fire!
No justice, no mercy.
I'm now getting shot a lot.
We got wounded here!
Take her from behind!
pressuring us! That's what I do, baby. All right. Ooh. Shh, I'm going wabbit hunting.
What could that be?
I think I could get pretty good at shooters, dude. I think if I spend enough time doing it, I could get okay at shooters. I don't think I could be like good, but I think I could be okay. Like I think I could like play on like with friends, and they wouldn't have to carry me the whole time. At least that's my hope, you know? Somebody spotted me. Who was it? Earlier, when I was playing this on my own time, I installed one of those while I was getting shot at, which I didn't know you could do. I guess, you know, it doesn't interrupt you or anything, but... No! Can I not kill Lucius still? I have to do that before? Oh, let me see if I can find him and kill him still. Oh. Guess I can't get up that way? Well, this is just a random guy. Currently getting a brain dance. Think he's dead in the upload room? Oh, did I kill him? Oh. I guess I killed him? I do, yeah. I have the double jump. Oh shit. I missed that shard. What the fuck? Ryder, the NCPD just announced that your street has been put on red alert. There's some kind of shootout Pack up whatever you can live without and come to mine before 6th Street pays you a visit. If things get real dicey, I can call you a Delamain. Let me know. Stay sharp. Huh. It has started getting warm where I live too. But it was really cold there for a while. Okay, that's crazy. Could I have come in through here? My name is spelled D-Z-E-N-G, for fuck's sake. I'll be honest, I didn't want to write this book, but they paid me, so here it is. Well, actually, it was written by a ghostwriter. Hey, Jake. Just kidding. I haven't lost my self-respect. Not yet. So, who even reads books nowadays? I thought people only bought them to decorate their apartments. At least that's what I do. By the way, wouldn't it be better to just get rid of shelves altogether? Something to think about. So where was I? Oh, right. So the publisher told me they want to publish my autobiography, and do I have any questions? Of course I asked them if I could swear like a drunken sailor, and they said, sure, we'll see. Shit, fuck, cunt, licking asshole. Hey, it works. Now that's over with. Let's move on. You might have seen me on TV, where I host a satirical show called Info Flash. It's a pretty sweet gig. Once a week, I get to read smarmy jokes off a teleprompter written by our interns, and they pay me more than you make in a year. Isn't capitalism fabulous? Alright, but how did I get here, you ask? Simple. One of my dad's colleagues was a showrunner at N54 News, and suddenly I found myself going around with a coffee pot. Refills, anyone? It was all unpaid, of course. Apart from that, there wasn't much to do, so you could usually find me out back, taking one of my 100 or so daily quote-unquote smoke breaks. For some reason, people thought I was funny. Somehow the shit that came out of my mouth made grown men cry with laughter, so they plopped me down in front of a camera and I just kind of winged it from there. How do you get to where I am? Well, you can't, because your dad doesn't have a showrunner friend at N54, and it's not like they're gonna pluck some rando off the street. Don't you know people like me aren't supposed to rub shoulders with bottom feeders like you? Oh, and did I already mention that capitalism is fabulous? That's why people don't read books in this universe, because they fucking suck. If they are written like that, wowza. Truly awful quality. If you ask me, one of the worst books I've ever read in my life. And I've read some bad books, I'm telling you. Alright. So let's get the flip out of here, mother flippers. Whoa. I'm glad they didn't ask me to do this one stealthily. I feel like that would have been hard. I had to do a lot of them very stealthily when I was doing them earlier. I think those were for Dino. Oh yeah, I got a car from Dino. But Dino only had like 5 quests. I feel like some of them have like a bajillion quests.
One nation!
Oh lady, you better watch out.
Professions ever. Sixers will think twice before sliding their gummed ass anywhere near my turf again. And that thing with Lucius Thoran? Cherry on top. Contract galore.
Just trying to loot, dude. No problem, my man. I'm always happy to help. I do like all the fixers and their personalities. I think they're pretty fun. I am at the drop point, but that's because I have cops coming after me. I need to hide. That was a good slide. Do I have a favorite fixer? Dino's pretty fun. I like, oh gosh, I've forgotten her name. It starts with a W. Is it Wakako? I like all of her husbands. Hi, Scapula. Hope you're doing well. All of her husbands and their mysterious deaths. Oh, let's go do the racing one. Because I've got the fastest car ever made. Excuse me. Sir, don't get that close to my car. It's a limited edition. Excuse me?
All units in the area. Criminal activity confirmed in San
Excuse? What is happening? I drove by a cop?
I'm en route.
Got mad at me for driving by a cop. Are you fucking kidding me? It's illegal to be that cool? Apparently so, dude. El Capitan is a real one? He is pretty cool. I love that I can see cops literally staring at real bad guys, but because they're too busy hunting me, they're not gonna kill the real bad guys.
Get your shit together, soldiers.
Oh wait, maybe they are. Why are the cops red for me? Is that a cop? I can't tell. Yeah, it's a cop. Can't tell who that is. Is that a cop?
Gotta love it.
Listen, any opportunity to kill some bad guys, I'm all for it.
You're just gonna sit there forever, ain't you?
That kind of hurt. Are you mad at me? I wasn't doing anything bad. They really do have no chill in this game. Art imitates real life, etc., etc. Need for Speed, one of the characters has this dumb about why don't the cops go after real criminals during an illegal street race? Yeah. We used to, in the place where I used to live in Cali, we had people that I'm pretty sure used to just go out and do donuts. Because all the time I would hear, Jesus Christ, cops are crazy. I would just hear like the squealing of tires, like all throughout the night. Just, and it sounded like somebody was doing donuts. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to do some street races, so. Oh, you ran in front of my car! You! I was on route to lose you, and you got in front of my car, dude. I don't mean to, like, victim blame, but that was on you, brother. Are there criminals also shooting me over here? I do love running to go. Oh no, my poor car. Seems to be okay. Also, we have ads coming up. Oh! It's actually time to end. Whoop. Snooze ads. We're gonna have to do that one on another day, aka tomorrow, which is our day for getting story missions done. I'm probably gonna play some more Cyberpunk after stream, but I'm gonna save that Sinnerman quest if I can, as well as some other stuff. But I'm gonna go get dinner, and we're gonna raid out. It was such a fun day doing reacts with you guys and playing Cyberpunk. We'll be back tomorrow to do some more Cyberpunk stuff. And just a reminder, next week it's going to be a little bit shorter than normal. Aw, thank you. Welcome on in, Satoru. Do you know Harp? So many Harp friends. That's exciting. We're going to be raiding into Rainbow. Rainbow Sparkles VT is one of my OG friends. And I love her very much, and she's having her 5-year stream anniversary right now. She is doing opening Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Rainbow reacts, and games. So we're gonna raid into her. Hold on one second.
No, what are you doing? Oh shit! Professional driver.
Alright, I'm a professional pilot. Okay. I can make it every time now.
What pilot school did you go to?
Delirious Anonymous.
You professional pilot?
I am a professional flyer. I got my license in aerodynamics.
Okay, so we're gonna raid into Rainbow. Rainbow Sparkles VT.
Freeze frame. Gremlin Mae, I love you. All over. Wait, what? What do you mean?
All right, please go wish her a very happy 5-year affiliate anniversary. I love her so much. She's really just the sweetest. She's so nice, okay? Go give her all of my love. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. PST for more Cyberpunk. Bye, 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 bye.
Goofy goobers. Like, what is... Aw, son of...